Look around. The world is
Solo.
And hello! Welcome to Solo Playthroughs. I have not said that in about a month. I think. Maybe 3 weeks. Yeah, life is nuts, guys. And it's very dark in my face because and not in my face, I guess on my face because the light that there's a light there that's now not working because I guess 3.5 weeks of not being turned on was enough. It's like done. But yeah, I hope everybody is well. Not sure what kind of crowd we're getting for Uprising, but this is what I wanted to play today because I realized I had an opening in my schedule for tonight that I wanted to live stream and get some solo gaming in, and this was the call in my name. I have not played this game in a while. It was between this and Zed's and Maid's Night and Spirit Island, but Uprising has not been on the table in quite a minute. We will throw the Arch-Nemesis expansion in there. And yeah, it's been a while. I mean, it almost feels like I'm coming at this game cold because I think the last time I played it was indeed on the channel. We will be playing with a two-player setup. So again, solo, but controlling two factions. Again, that's the minimum number of factions that you can play with. Super stoked about all the additional content coming for Uprising, which should be here in a couple of months. I do want to run through a brief idea of what I've been up to. For those who don't know yet, I have my career has gone in a very sudden direction that is requiring me to step back from the channel. So I am only streaming about once or twice a week on average going forward. It'll be closer to 1 than 2. I can almost assure you that. The last 3 weeks, I had a 2-week vacation scheduled with my wife, and then I went to Gen Con, and I got back from Gen Con, and it's been crazy. One of my kiddos just graduated from college over the weekend, so that's been super good. Work has been indeed pretty nuts as I'm adjusting to a new role and making some pretty exciting plans for the next year and a half. So I will still be putting a stream or two on the channel whenever I can. So rest assured about that, but it's going to be a little less frequent, which does mean less new games. So I'm going to be getting less review copies and such, and those sorts of things, but more of my favorites. So you will see, go to my top 29, look in the top 15 games. That's going to be most of my videos. I do still have a few review copies that I will be getting on the channel pretty soon. I might try a big long campaign similar to what I did with Aeon Trespass Odyssey. So you're going to be seeing what I'm playing to a much wider percentage than what it used to be for the last couple of years. I will give a brief Gen Con update. There are a couple of shout outs I want to give and thank some publishers. I did not ask for as many review copies as I have in cons in the past. This was my first Gen Con, so when I say cons, I'm more talking about PAX East, PAX Unplugged. But I did have some really nice interactions with Greater Than Games, with Chip Theory Games. I went to a presentation by Rock Manor. I was able to get at a pretty deep discount a copy of Maximum Apocalypse Wasted Wild. So I'm excited to start digging into that in the upcoming months. And then I also got a bunch of AEG games. I went to a media session plus a big games night there. They gave me free copies, a lot of family weight games, not a lot of stuff you'll see on the channel, like Point City, Deep Dive, Waffle Time. They gave me a game called Deep Dive, by the way. I think is fantastic for kids. I'm very excited to play that with my nieces. So they're kind of getting to that age where I think they'll be able to do that pretty well. I did get they had a game called Number Drop, which is basically a roll and write version of Tetris. Not my thing. You might like it. They gave me Tiny Town, so I appreciate the games that they gave me. And then I did a math trade where I was able to pick up bottom of the ninth and Spire's End. So again, a couple of smaller box solo games that I'm excited to dig more into. If someone can jump in the chat and just let me know that I am alive and well and I don't sound like a frog. I mean, any more than I usually do. So that's that. Definitely I've had a bunch of gaming in for sure with my friends. Hung out with Adam Smith from Rolling Solo a whole bunch. Really love that dude. Love his energy. Definitely check out his channel if you haven't already. He is definitely you should probably do because he's got like 30,000 subscribers. So he picked up a bunch of review copies of stuff and demos. So I'm excited to see what he puts on his channel in the upcoming months. And I had a big games night yesterday with friends. I mean, it's just super cool. So still gaming a lot, not as much solo, unfortunately, in some ways, but having a really good time with it and excited to have a day or a night like this that I can get back to one of my faves. Nemesis.Games, let's go. May the old God smile upon you and your dice. Hello. I'm assuming that's Dirk. Brandon says soon TM.
Soon TM. I don't know what TM is.
Maybe, I don't know. I probably should know what TM is, but my brain is only half functioning. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So, but it is good to see Nemesis.Games popping in the chat. I'm sure Dirk, I'm not Pavel might want to show up and harass me as usual in his in the very endearing way that he does. So we'll see if that happens. But again, in a two-player game, we're going to take 5 of the Legion cards. We'll just start getting this puppy set up. So it's 3 number of players plus 3 is I believe that's accurate. Man, it's been for a while. But I just want to make sure I'm getting all of this right. So that's in a 4-player game. Yeah, 5. Yeah, 2-player game, it's 5. Nemesis.Games, it's Dirk. Gotta go to bed soon because we're to visit our familiar partner for Europe tomorrow. But just wanted to chime in and say hi. Delivery is upon us. Excellent. Yeah, I saw your meme about the boat that wasn't moving, and I thought that was pretty hilarious. But I'm excited to get all the bells and whistles that are coming out for Uprising. This would go over there. Bam. And it makes me a little sad as I pull back from the channel, I guess this is the FOMO, right? This is the gamer's plight where I'm like, all the games that I just absolutely adore now that I probably would not have ever gotten if it were not for this channel, Uprising being up near the top of that list for sure. And it's like, oh, what Uprising am I going to miss out on in future years? But I guess the great games have a way of sticking around in the public consciousness long enough that I will probably get wind of them enough and eventually pick them up. But Uprising was one of the bigger surprises of my solo playthroughs career, if I can call it something so official. We're going to take the Arch-Nemesis cards, put them over here. We will have the Omen cards, the Omen chips, stack, tiles, whatever. They will go face down over here. We'll put the Omen phase thing here. And we're going to have to make room for our factions. So I'm going to totally randomize factions, which I've been told several times, don't do that in this game, but I like doing it. So, it adds to the chaos, and I enjoy it. So we're going to roll a D8. Where are my D8s? They're over here. We have a new D8. It is orange. Orange is color of the Orioles. By the way, something else that's keeping me very busy lately is the Orioles are really good at baseball. And if you haven't noticed the Orioles shrine behind me, they they have been not very good at baseball for several years now, and this year they're awesome, and it's really been fun to watch. But of course, that is more time than I'm doing something else that is not involved gaming. At least I can do that while massaging my wife's feet. My wife's feet, not my wives. I don't have plural wives. My one wife's feet. Plural feet, one wife. So she's at least a little happier about that hobby. The way things go. All right, I'm going to roll a die. Boom, 7. We have a bunch of sea creatures. What are these? The Tuatan, the wave singers. Society is a theocracy. The way of life, they are fishers. Leader type is an oracle, and they have 35,000 survivors. Bum, bum, bum. Actually, I have very much enjoyed the few times I've played with a Tuaton, so this will be super cool. Tuaton do show up in some of the events, so it was cool to see them be added. They were an expansion faction with the Arch-Nemesis expansion. I'm going to roll another D8. I rolled a 7, and the new 7 is the Renegade. I feel like I've been the Renegades a couple of times. Let me kind of go a new direction, because I think I was the Renegades like the last 2 times I played, and while I like them, I think it's time for someone new. I rolled a 4. 1, 2. I feel like I was these guys too. Wasn't I? The Hakan? I feel like I was the Hakan and the Renegades. Maybe I'll just be the Renegades. We'll be the Renegades. Forget it! Renegades! It is what it is. I feel like I was the Hakan of the Renegades last time, so, you know, it is. We'll go super chaos, super random, and make some magic happen. All right, I do need to get their things. The Hakan, the Renegades are gray. The Tuaton are green. Here we go, or greenish. A sea green, if I may. Bum. And we will have to get their leader cards. These are our chapter and event cards. These are our quest cards. Remember, I have the boards. I use them in my own special way for the camera. We'll have the item deck. Mike James, he's back, my man. What's up, Mike? I now need to get the Titans expansion. Finally got a copy secondhand. Really great game. Alfred Wallace, hey there. Never been so glad to see a playthrough of a game that confuses me so much. Cheers, Mike. We hope you don't have to pay we didn't have to pay moon prices. Have fun watching Jack Flaherty. Oh yeah, dude. I love that guy. He seems like a bulldog, man. I love the mentality. Mike James, no, it was only about 40 above Kickstarter price, so it wasn't too offensive. That's nice. And Brandon says, go Herd. Yeah, I like the Herd. The Herd's fun. The Herd's very, very fun. I'm not very good with them. Or at least I wasn't in the few times I played them, but I like the mechanic a lot. For those, the Herd is it's like a cow faction, which does some really interesting things with how many units you can have in a region, because normally the limit is 5, but this allows you to have more than 5, but only 5 can fight in any one round of combat. So it's like a really interesting give and take there, where you're sacrificing cows, I dare say. All right, I'm going to put the items up there off screen. We have our quest deck. Hello, quest deck. I probably should have been doing some of this while I was blabbering on about Gen Con. Gen Con was cool, by the way. If anyone's never been, it was a very interesting 4 days of gaming. Did not get a ton of gaming in the first 2. We got the first 2 days. Definitely made up for that on day 3 and to some extent on day 4. But super interesting. There weren't, I guess, a lot. Gen Con used to be the place for all new releases came out. Now it seems that new releases all are mostly a matter of like Kickstarters and stuff. So not a lot of new releases. Lorcana was the new release of the convention. That was taking up a lot of the oxygen in the room, I can say. I'm gonna put the quest deck. I think I'll leave the. I'll put the quest deck here, then the cards I discard, I'll put off the board. That would make a little bit more sense. So the Renegades, I could be Mulak, Mukla, or Talak. I just combined both their names. So we'll just we'll roll the die. The top of the card will be 1, 2, 3. The bottom will be 4, 5, 6. I rolled a 5. So we'll be Mukla the Mutant. He is a Droran Kaplan. Countless Imperial campaigns showed Mukla more of the Nether Sea than was perhaps advisable, and that time slowly took its toll on the veteran. 1 might, 0 magic, 3 lead, and 0 lead, and 3 guile. Again, a little dark because the light on this side of the screen going out. So nothing I can do about that today. I will buy another one for the future. And let me get this totally on the screen. And here we go. All right, Mukla is in place. All right, now we need to get our Tuaton leader. We will have Kyushi, the Wayfarer, or Yavei, the Oracle. 1, 2, 3 will be the top, 4, 5, 6 to the bottom. We get Yavei, the Oracle. She has 0 might, 1 magic, 2 lead, and 1 guile. So we do have a nice balance between the 2. So we will get rid of the other leaders here and most overlooked rules. We'll keep some of those handy. Again, Uprising still wins the award, I think, for the most player-friendly game of all time, in contrast to games like, I don't know, AI Trespass Odyssey, which is the least player-friendly game of all time. To quote Saget, who may or may not show up tonight, it is downright player hostile. We're going to get Yves 10 starter cards. I'm not going to make the mistake I did, I think, two games ago, where I forgot to give them the 2 start cards, which, sometimes I like to up the degree of difficulty for no good reason. So Yves 2 start cards. Her 2 items are Harpooners, Archery, and Clash. If you have 1+ Harpooners here, I can turn a Lightning Bolt into 1 food before damage once per Harpooners. Oh, that's interesting. And then we have Light of the Ton, Archery, and Clash. If you have 1+ blanks, you can gain a Lightning Bolt, which can be super important depending on what our Druid powers are. And that's before damage on your hero's Hex. So that's every round, which is nice. And this is once per Harpooners every round too, so that's also nice. So another way to get a lot of food. Looking at their board, we have the Stone Shells are a basic warrior. You have 5 of them, 3 Crab Riders, they're basic riders. We have 2 Harpooners, and we have a Reef King. The Reef King is an elite archer, which is pretty nuts. They roll a black die in archery, which could be very powerful. Or if you're like me, will do nothing because you'll roll like crap. Their command action costs 2 food, so that is more expensive than most. The Havens cost 2 plunder, that's totally normal. And everything else looks totally normal. So we're going to put these little crab dudes over here. Get 3 of them. We have 2 Harpooners. So this is it's going to be limited to 2 because again, we only have 2 Harpooners to play with at all. And Stone Shells gonna be here. We're gonna have our 4 Havens on there. We will start the game with 1 on the board. And we shuffled up the items for Ave. So this is done. All right, we're gonna get this out. Put these here. All our dice. And normally I have this all pretty much done before I start streaming with the new job that is going to be harder harder to do than it used to be. So that is 8 action points there. We'll get all the rest of these dice out. And perfect. And let's get 8 action points for Mukla. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Done and done. All right, we have our Arch-Nemesis. I'm going to put their minis up there, which is great. And then we're going to take out the 3s of the salt, just to make making change a little bit easier as we go. The 3s of the food. And then the 3s of the plunder. Cool. We're going to get 5 of each. I will get the Renegades set up. Just figured I would do all this while I was thinking of it. 5 plunder, 5 salt, 5 food. Most excellent. Put these over here. That would be great. Done. Oh, I'm going to need to get all those suckers out, ain't I? That's fine. All right, the Renegades. We have Mukla Mutant. I don't know where I'm going to want to leave his card for now. I'll just kind of leave it over on the board a little bit. That should work. This is their score marker for the Renegades. Mukla's thing. Mukla's going to have the starting items. We have Clash. You may reroll all dice of one color you rolled. before damage once per combat, and then we have flip this to change all the blues you roll to show shields, and that is before damage. So that's a once a round thing because it has to be flipped, and the other one is once per combat. We'll shuffle the rest of these like so. All right, our dudes, we have the 2 lizard riders, we have our marksmen, nope, we have our legionnaires, there's 4 of them, we have our war lizard, he's pretty badass, we have the 1 organ, can also be pretty cool, and that's 4, and we only have 2 archers. We only have 4 havens, which is something to consider. And they're weird in that either your haven production is twice the bonus resources of each hex with one of your havens. When you use the haven action to place a wall, haven action to place a haven, you place a tower and a wall on it. You cannot build towers and walls in the build phase like normal. And so that's something to remember. That also is the reason why the havens cost 3 plunder instead of the normal 2. However, the command action just costs the 1, which again is the normal cost of the command action. We're going to get the rest of this sucker set up. This is our chapter 1 event. Where's the D7?
Come back, D7.
Here we go. So I rolled a 4. So that'll be the first event. Second event for chapter 2. There's 7 of them. I rolled a 1, so we'll take the bottom one. I always count bottom to top for no good reason. Rolling that, it's an 8, there's only 7, that's a 7, take the top one, that's the chapter 3 event, and then last but not least we'll have the chapter 4 event. Bam, that's a 2. So take the second from the bottom, and we'll just put the chapters like there in a pile. Alrighty then, I'm going to need a D10 to figure out the druids. Again, somebody's joining me is like, why is he rolling a dice? I hate shuffling small decks of cards. I find them, they don't feel very random to me when I do. So I like to shuffle it to get a little bit more guarantee of randomness. Now there are 9 druids, I think. If you have all the existing content, that is correct. I rolled a 10, not helpful. I rolled a 2. The first druid is going to be archery and clash. I can place 1 skeleton here or remove all of them, roll their dice immediately. That could be awesome, especially with Yve in play, the Oracle. So again, it's the red hand. It can be a very, very strong power. We'll see if we have enough lightning bolts to charge it up. Now, if you're playing the base game rules, this is a new errata where you start with all the druids open. It's a very, very good change to the game. And I love when designers are like, you know what, we got that one a little bit wrong. Let's change it and like make it a little bit better. So the druids are all revealed from the very beginning, and it's super cool. All right, we're gonna roll a D8 now. We have 8 druid cards left. Number 2. Here we go. The shapeshifter, archery, and clash gain the resources shown in the text or gain a point before damage once per combat. So this one was once per round. That was once per combat. And I might actually put, let me do this. I'm going to put all of the druid cards up there just to make some more room by me. I think that makes a little bit more sense. Rolling a D8 again. Number 2. We have the third druid. Wanderer, archery, and clash. Draw 1 item from the item deck. Give it to any player, even if they cannot use it, before damage once per combat. And then, last but not least, I'm going to roll a 6-sided die. I rolled a 3. And archery and clash. You and your enemy ignore all skulls before damage once per combat. So there we go. That's our 4 druid cards for the game. Alrighty then, we gotta have our terrain set up. So the capital goes in the center. Then we have our sea towers. So I'll get those on the board. Rolling a d8. There are 7 of them, so 2. Put that one up there. I'm going to roll a d6. I rolled a 5. This one would go down there. And now we have our sea towers. It can be very, very important and very, very swingy. We're going to put the 2 Atan up near the top, I think. If I can find them. Where are you? It should not be hard to find a bunch of angry crabs. Are you an angry crab? You are an angry crab. Look at you. All right. I guess they're like crabs and turtles and a whole bunch of stuff. So their homeworld is Trafalheim. When the oceans froze, the shy Tuatan were abruptly driven from their ancestral home beneath the waves and retreated into the swamps around Trafalheim. It's a normal homeworld, gives you 1 of each, and then it also gives you a point if you still control it at the end of a round when you get to the what is it? Where is it?
Where is it?
The income phase. Player score. Turn units. Yeah, the production phase. Excellent. So that will go there. Put you up there. And now we need the thing for the renegades. Are you a renegade? No. And these are the renegades. Remember, the renegades were originally part of the Legion. They left the Legion when they realized that they were working for, the dark side, so to speak. And now they are freaking awesome. So their homeworld is Trifuth Gate. Realizing that the Emperor could no longer protect her, Talak took her fate and that of the Black Brotherhood into her own hands. The Warlock chose the mythic Trifoth Gate as her stronghold to face the vengeance of the new Emperor. So we have that there, and 1 haven. Now again, that haven is going to give us 2 of each resource, and again will give us 1 point if we still control it at the end of a round. If you lose your home haven, well, you have some problems. So hopefully that does not happen here today. We're going to get 10 more tiles. If I can shuffle this appropriately. And we're just going to put them down. 4, 1, 2, and then 4. So that's salt. Here's food. Here's salt. Here's salt. Plunder. Plunder. Food. Getting food up by the Tuatan is super important, so that's nice. Plunder, food, and salt. Definitely need to get some food for the renegades as well. So this is done. We're gonna put some dudes on the map. All right. Get all of the Legion and other dudes over here. Definitely can be a fair amount of setup in Uprising. All right, so we are going to play in Apocalyptic mode because it's fun. So we're going to have a level 1 garrison on all 7 of the innermost spots, and the capital will actually have a level 3 garrison. So there's basically 3 units. This and this are equal for the sake of combat and points and all the like. But when there's 3, this is how many dice they roll. More dice if there's more of them, obviously, so they can be a little tougher in combat for sure. So that's done. So we have the Legion set up. Now we have to set up the Chaos. All right. We're going to get all the curses out of here. I believe there are 9 curses in the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, and 9. I think there's 9 curses and 11 skellies. That's correct. All right, so the skeletons I'll leave in the box. We're going to put 2 of these curses on the map. We have to put a 3rd curse now. No, I think we have to put a 3rd curse in Apocalyptic. Yep, 3+ curses. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to have a skeleton in each of those places as well. And with the, again, another errata, you're adding a third skeleton, which is super important for balancing. It really does help make the game flow a little bit better. We're going to put one more skelly over here in the fog grave, and we're going to put a curse over there as well. All right, so that will totally work. I'm going to get all these dice down here in some semblance of order. I think that is all of the setup. I lied. Liar. Yep, that's good. I'll put this on the floor so I can get more access to this. And getting out the targets for the Legion. And then here's the first player token, which I will give to the Tuaton. Great. All right. That is it. We got there. Let me check out the chat. Hello, can't watch it live. We'll do tomorrow. Hello, Killer Frog. Harpooners are great when you're fishing for lightning bolts. And of course, the Reef King. His name says it all. Jester, what's up, sir? Hello, guys. How's it going? And Nemesis.Games going great. Jester, otherwise Red Hand, my favorite druid, created by our community in the first Kickstarter. He's the best. Yeah, it's really good. Hit that like button, guys. Thanks, Jester. You also start with a wall and a tower in the Renegade's Haven. Do you? That's amazing. I don't think I've ever done that with the Renegades. And I've always kind of wondered about that because it doesn't say you do. Because it says when you do the Haven action. And this wasn't a Haven action. But yeah, I guess it makes sense that thematically that they should also, their starting Haven should also have a wall and a tower. So I appreciate that. Oh, you start with the wall tower. It's nice. It'll be an hour before he sees the comments. So maybe he will start with the wall tower. Nemesis.Games. Yeah, Dirk knows me. I'll see it. Dan Roberts, shipping notice on this all in. Looking forward to diving in. Thanks for the streams. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, this is one I'm looking forward to. Have a bunch of really cool games coming in, but now that I'm kind of kicking back a little bit, it will be a matter of time before I get to all of them. But I will have a lot of exciting things to look forward to in the future. At least that's how I make myself feel a little bit better. So everything is set. I think we are good. All the advanced cards are in here, which will indeed make for a potentially tougher game. But you know, that's why we play. That's why we play the game, kids. So we are going to go through the first chapter. Reveal one druid. Well, they're all revealed, so we don't have to do that. We're going to flip all our face down cards back to face up. Don't have to do that. Regain 8 action points. We still have all 8 of our action points, so don't have to do that. Deal 3 new items. So item number 1 is going to be the Zurit Leaves. Discard this to add any 1 dire to any player's roll outside of combat. We have the Rune Stones requires 2 leadership, so I can get that with Mukla. Pay 2 resources to add 1 skull, 1 shield, or 1 lightning bolt to any player's roll outside of combat, once per roll. That's interesting. It's pretty resource intensive, so I'm not sure I love it. And then we have the Nether Sea map. Your hero is considered adjacent to any hex, and that is always, oh boy. Okay, that requires 1 magic. That's a very cool little card. So I think I'll be liking that one. So we'll see if I can buy that with Juve. We're gonna now we should do the quest. Yeah, deal 3 new quests. The first quest is Willing to Fight. After the Butcher's Scorched Earth offensive, freeing his captives and arming them with their vengeance was imperative. It's a 1+ to solve, so we need to do 1 of those 3 things. We need to get 3 skulls, 1 shield, or 2 lightning bolts. If we do the 3 skulls, and we will get a point as well. If we get the 1 shield, we get to discard any items from the market. If we solve it, we place 1 basic unit on each of your havens. Every other places 1 basic unit on any of their havens or explore an empty hex. discard this quest. If we try and we fail, we lose 2 resources. Otherwise, the Empire gains 2 points. If your hero is on a hex with enemy units, we can add a red die to our roll. The next quest is the Rebel Council. Little early for this one. This is a very nice late game card. Not so nice early, but late game, if we can get both of our guys on the same spot, and we can do a quest roll. If we do solve 2+, it's a 4-1-2. We could essentially get 5 points for each, but that's going to be a little early in the game to try that. So I'm just going to put that over there and pretend like I don't see it. And then finally we have Release the Kraken, the cultists who sang paeans to the Great Kraken, who are interested only in its awakening, but not in what it devoured. It's a 4-2-2. It's a 1+ to solve. If we solve it, we may move 1 curse to any adjacent hex that has no curse. Then we can discard this quest. If your hero is on a hex with a curse, we get +1 blue die. Most excellent. So that is done. We are going to add 2 threat to all legions and hordes in play. There are none. And then the first player draws and reveals the next event. So, Chapter 1 event is the Starving Mobs. Dun, dun, dun. Hunger and despair turned innocent survivors into bands of robbers and thieves who roam the land. Your followers are doubling their efforts to protect your haven from this threat. Every player places 1 wall and 1 tower on their haven. Well, I'm glad I learned the rule, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. So, you know, we got a wall and a tower on the Renegade thing 2 ways. And in the sky, the secondary effect here is in the sky, there were flickering lights beyond the clouds of night. At night, and the moons were blood red. Place 1 horde at threat 4 in the Howling White, not adjacent to a haven. And is a place doesn't say empty. That's really weird. That's the Foggrave. And then place 1 horde at threat 4 in the scoring C, not adjacent to. So it doesn't say empty. So in theory, if it said Foggrave, I guess I could have put 1 there, but it's fine. Place 1 horde at threat 4 at threat 4 in the Howling White, and 1 horde at threat 4 in the Screaming Sea. So the first horde of the game is the Siren. Oh dear God, why do I pull her every freaking time? I hate this stupid thing. All right, well, a couple of things are going to happen now. The Siren's going to go into the Howling White. The heroes with the lowest guile are going to place their standee on her hex. Well, isn't that super annoying? But even more reason to buy the Nethersea map. Because, oh, yeah, that's fine. Well, I guess it's not going to... I want to explore that and get food anyway, so this isn't really going to be that big of a... Oh, yeah, lowest guile is going to be Yve the Oracle. Never mind, because Mukla has 7,000 guile. And by 7,000, I mean 3. So the Siren, we got to find this awful wench. We're going to put her... I say awful wench with love and respect. We're going to put her here. And Mukla... Nope, not Mukla. And Yve is going to join the fun. Interesting. All right, that is she Laura. We didn't have a lot of guiles. We could not stay away from her. The Siren's, alluring call. So it comes in at threat 4, and now it's here, and that is that. Now we're gonna get another horde. Bam! The Bloodworm. Like a dark maelstrom, the worm devoured the souls of the living. It is going to be placed in the Screaming Sea, not adjacent to a haven. I wish I could find a beautiful little... Sorry about that. Wish I could find a beautiful marsh for it, so all of its red dice become white dice. Do not think... This could be rough. I think I can deal with it. I'll place a curse there. Oh, if it places a curse, that's really bad. So if it rolls a lightning bolt, it places a curse, and if it places a curse in a place where I have a haven, then it makes me destroy my haven because curses are nasty. So definitely don't want to have it fight me in a place where I have a haven, which means that it kind of puts me in a bad spot with the renegades for sure. So we're going to put this over here. Let me get out the worm, and we'll put him there, and we'll try to figure out. Now, as its immediate effect, it places a curse. Here, now what do curses do? Curses prevent everybody but the chaos from using lightning bolt powers. So that is something to keep in mind. And that should be on the, yeah, only chaos can use lightning bolts on a hex with a curse. That is on the most overlooked rules. All right, this will go here. So we're now going to go to the place one activation token on every horde and curse in place. So one activation token for you and one activation token for you. We go to the build phase. Draw 2 feats from the feat deck and keep 1. So your Vay's 2 options are Clash. Flip this to double your shields this round. That could be cool. That would be good if I have a lot of blues. I can get a lot of blues with the basic riders, or gain 1 white die for every stone shell that was destroyed last round, and that is something that happens every round of Clash. And I'm assuming Dirk, if he's still around, can confirm. That means if I lose some stone shells in the archery round, that means I can come into the first round of Clash with rolling more white dice. I do think that's probably better. I'm not really sure how many shields I'm going to be rolling with this specific array of creatures. So we're going to go with that, and then this goes on the bottom. We're going to look at the feats for Mucky Mucks. Discard this. You might buy any number of cards from the market. And then the sneak attack, flip this to skip the archery round. Oh, hello. That, my friends, is a beautiful card with a bloodworm in my face. So we're going to definitely take that one. All right. We're going to build any units, walls, and towers. Woo! All right, let's go on. Yeah, because they don't get them normally, or you can't build them. Really looking forward to this. And Voidfall, Nemesis.Games laughs. Mike James, I always get the Banished and a Magebreaker. I hate the Siren too. Makes you waste at least one action getting back to the exploration hex you want. You also can explore cursed hexes, if I can recall it correctly. That is correct. And confirm, good pick. Amazing. Oh. I'm upset. Not really. A little bit. All right. What am I building? Woof. Well. What am I building? God, they need so much food. Yeah, that's why the harpooners are really cool. If you roll a lightning bolt. I think stone shells are going to be food. Right, I can only build 5 on my home haven. So let me get 1 harpooner. I didn't get any feats which give me more resources. Again, if you add to your stats as a hero, they always give you resources. It's always 3, which is nice. It can be very nice early. If I build 1 harpooner, it's a crab rider. If I do 1 harpooner and stone or let's I just load up on stone shells. I get 4 stone shells, really lean into the stone shell strategy. Yep, I'm not going to get a harpooner yet. Bam! All right, so each of those stone shells cost me a salt and a plunder, and I bought 4 of them, so that's 4 salt and 4 plunder. I know, advanced math. Can you stand it? It's going to be a lot. And then I'm spending the 2 food to get out 1 crab rider. So that's when I was thinking about the blue. Yeah, the harpooners actually give a purple dye. It's the blue it's the crab rider. It gives me a blue dye. And the white dice would give me a lot of shields. We'll see. This is an interesting situation, and we will go there. Remember, you probably want to leave 1 thing back too in case the skeletons activate in round 2 to try to fight them off the wall and the tower, make that a little bit more reasonable to do. So that was a helpful first chapter event for sure. Alrighty then, so now we have to build over here with these guys. We're gonna basically get a lot of salt back. I'm gonna be skipping the archery round. That's really nice. I'm tempted to get the freaking war lizard because it's amazing. But I need to build. I don't want to build a haven there. Oh, that's rough. I'm wondering if I could if I can move and try to build a haven there and then come back. Or if I explore this, maybe it gets a garrison. Nah, I want to kill it this round. So I'm going to want to end there for sure. Roll dice of any color. So this is going to roll all of 1 colored dice in archery or in clash. That could be good. So if I get the 4. Wow. The Renegades units are very expensive. Is what I'm learning. Holy cow. I could exchange 3 resources for 1 of any other type, so but I need the food to move. I could get food up there. It's a bad start, man. Alright, let me get the 2 basic warriors. Then I'm really going to be leaving that like totally undefended. But there is this. So that could be good. I don't know who's going to be great. My hero dice aren't amazing. But if I roll with Muckla, he should be able to get at least 1 shield. If I go there, I'll get some plunder back if I want to build a thing there. Let's try it. So I'm gonna build the war lizard, which is nuts because I'm gonna have a hard time getting food this round. So that cost me 4 plunder and 2 food, and then I'm spending 4 salt to get myself 2 legionnaires. Not sure this was the right move. Might be a little aggressive, but let's see how this works out. Great, so I have 1, 1, and 3 of resources over here with Muckla, so 1 salt, 1 plunder, and 3 food. And over here with the Tuatan, I have 3 food. Oh, I have the same exact breakdown of stuff left. Look at that. Amazing. All right, what's Yave doing? Yave is kind of not happy about the siren, but you know, it is. Oh, I need to get plunder with her too. Yikes. Let me build. Ugh, woof. I can move explore to try to get plunder there. It's not going to be a very efficient round. Move explore, plunder, move explore, command. I think this will work. All right, so we're going to move, we're going to explore. I like the idea of a lot of stone shells out now. So move explore, I'm moving it to here. This flips. It is even and a half strength. The Empire could never break. The Frosthold pass. We're going to gain 2 plunder. If empty, place a garrison here. It is not empty. If it is not, we reinforce. So there's 1 garrison. When we reinforce, we're going to add a 2nd garrison. If there was a skeleton there, we would reinforce it with a 2nd skeleton. Place 2 skeletons on empty hexes with no thing. I'm going to put this here. I'm probably not going there for a minute. So that is a Highland. So in archery, you only roll 1 die. Am I getting a haven there anytime soon? Maybe. That's fine. I'll just do this. And that way the siren can go there. If things go badly, we'll have ways to kind of work that out. So I got my 2 plunder, and then we have to put two garrisons on empty hexes with no X. So garrison, we'll put 1 here, and we'll put 1 there. Remember, all of the icy wastes have an X on there, so we could not go there as an option, and Juve is going to go stand there with those garrisons. Now, those walls mean that the Legion or the Horde cannot go through them. This actually should be here. However, your hero can move across the mountains that those walls represent. Okay, skipping archery is used. Both factions have expensive units, says Brandon. Yeah, I'm learning that. There is like that math. I think teaching the game super interesting because like you have that first thing you have to do in the game is now build your units, and it's like how to how to make those decisions, and it's very, very exacting, especially if you don't get one of those feats that gives you extra resources. So kind of put myself in a little bit of a pickle. Alrighty then. I wonder, I don't think we're going to be able to build a haven with the renegades, which makes me a little sad, but we're going to try anyway, I think. So I'm going to move and explore. I'm going to go into here, flip it over. A horde cannot move from here. When it activates, place 1 curse here or on an adjacent hex. Not a single frozen corpse was found in the graveyard of the Armada. Gain 3 salt and gain 1 plunder. Place 1 horde here and only here. Now remember, the garrison is already there. So, garrison's going to stay. We're going to pull our 3rd horde off of this. It is the Coven of Yasat. Holy crap. That's not good. The Coven was their Coven. I don't know. It's a word. It's one of those words I struggle with. Every player places 1 of their unused activation points on this card. You do not regain them in their refresh phase. Flip all your feats and items without using them before damage once for combat. That's when it attacks. It's going to come in at level 4. We know it's level 4 because of the event card. Now, it does not have an activation on it, so that's something to remember. And is immediately We're going to put it here because 9 is before 21. Some advanced math for y'all. It is immediately going to fight the one garrison that is there. So how's that fight going to go down? Well, we're going to roll one blue and one white die because we have one garrison there. And that's going to go against, now we're in the archery round. It is an icy waste, so archery proceeds as normal. It's going to go against 2 yellow die for the coven. So, yeah, yellow dice are coven, whatever, and the white and the blue are for the garrisons. Go! Oh, I'm sorry. Only one white die in archery. The white and the blue are for clash. So 2 yellow for the coven and the 1 white die for the garrison. Go garrison! Oh, that's an amazing roll. So the garrison knocks the coven down to 3 from 4, and now we go to the first round of clash. So a white and a blue for the one garrison, the little engine that could. It's going to be against a purple, 2 blue, and a white for the coven, which is an amazing number of dice. So we're going to have to roll these separate because the blue dice are, both sides are rolling blue dice. So the 2 dice for the garrison is 1 damage and nothing else. And we have 2 lightning bolts and 2 damage. So the 2 damage kill the garrison, and that just goes into the chaos graveyard. The chaos does not get points for that yet. The 2 lightning bolts, all that does against the garrisons is reduce 2 threat, but there is no threat there, so we don't have to worry about that. It does not have any other implication. And since they did not roll any shields, which is nice, they go down to 2, which is really important because we're going to need to get those activation things back. So it's really going to change how I was proceeding with the renegades, but also means I can probably get a thing there, what's the word? A haven there, which would be super interesting. That's Oda. Where are the rest of these suckers? That is the coven, whatever. Speaking is hard. Great. What an interesting turn from Mukla. We're now going to go to the Tuatan. We're going to move and explore again. We're going to explore here. We definitely need food and lots of it. Wow. I could make the siren go a different direction. And I really don't hate it because the siren's super annoying. But she will start crapping out. Whatchamacallit? Curses like a lot if I'm not careful. Fire, ashes, and black snow drove the last living soul from Golgarde. Red dice become white because no, it's a Badlands. Rider units add their dice. Do I have a rider? I do not. I did not bring any riders. No, I have a crab rider. Never. I have nope. I do. Yes, I have 1 rider. So that's interesting. Do I want to mess with the siren? I mean, at some point, the siren needs to go because she's a serious problem. She comes in here. There's a double garrison. As soon as she rolls a lightning bolt, she moves. That's the problem. You cannot use lightning bolts against her either, which is super annoying. Siren on the closest empty hex. This is interesting. Yeah, I'm going to block the siren out and hope that those garrisons do some damage. They'll have a chance to do something good there. So blocking her out, we're going to move and explore. I do need to read the rest of that. So it states we get 2 food, which gives me up to 5 food, which is nice. And if empty, place 2 garrisons there. It is empty, so we're going to get 2 garrisons. And block out the siren, which feels wrong and right all at the same time. It's interesting. All right. What's happening with Mukla? Mukla is going to try to wipe this dude out because that's what Mukla does. So Mukla is going to do a command action, and we're paying 1 food, so we're going to get 3. Ooh, that's interesting. Do I wait to try to get... No. War Lizard. 3 dice. I'll have 2 blues. I can skip archery, which is kind of stupid against 1 yellow. But yellow is 2/3 of the time gonna wipe me out. I don't like having both the Bloodworm and the Siren living this round, which is a problem. But the Siren's super annoying. Maybe I let the Siren come in over there. Like rethinking this now. She's rolling a red die. It's only going to be 2 points too, which is super bad. Oh, she's so annoying. What else could Mukla do? All right, if Mukla does that, I think I'm going to want another unit, which is why I'm hedging. I don't think I'm going to be able to fight the Bloodworm this round, but the Bloodworm's going to get really strong. That's gross. Remember, the Chaos will never get further from the capital. So when you activate the Horde, I'm sorry, Hex with the Haven, an empty Hex. So its priority would be there, 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 or there. I mean, we could actually have a priority go that way, because why not? And just try to get it away from us. I think that's what we're going to have to do. But it just leaves me wondering. Let me get the rune stones. I think it could be clutch. So I'm gonna do a market. I'm gonna spend 2 salt. I have a lot of salt. So I had 4, I'm down to 2. And I'm gonna get the rune stones. Can definitely come in handy. So I can always pay 2 resources to add the necessary thing to any player's roll outside of combat. Now it's resource intensive, but again, when I've lost as many games as I have by missing out 1 symbol on a quest, it makes sense. Since that's empty, we draw another one. This is the Leviathan Harpoon. You may turn 1 of your dice to show a single skull, shield, or lightning bolt, but we need to have someone who has 3 might. I do not have someone with 3 might, so that's going to be hard to do. Yave is going to do a command action. When she does a command action, she has to spend 2. So we moved and explored, that's right. So she spends 2 food. She's commanding all these dudes into here. She's going to leave... No, we'll bring them all in. I think that will make some sense. All right, so we're going to have battle against these two garrisons. I'm going to put everything face down, and we're going to have the Rock of Combat just to kind of show where things are happening. We are in Badlands, so the rider units add their dice. I have one rider, so I'm rolling one blue die, but we're up against two garrisons. They're rolling two white dice. So the blue die is for the Tuatan. The two white dice are for the garrisons. Hey, look at that. The blue dice does 1 damage. We kill this. That gives 1 point to the Tuatan. So that's a very fortuitous roll to start the combat portion of the game for me. And now we're going to be up against one garrison remaining in the first round of Clash. So it is a blue and a white. I'm feeling better about taking on the Siren if all these dudes survive this. So it's a blue and a white against 1, 2, 3, 4 white dice and 1 blue dice. I'm going to roll first for the garrisons. Oh, that's disgusting. So 2 damage and 1 shield. And 1 damage and 4 blanks. What a really bad roll that is. All right, if I don't have any harpooners there. I did do the Arch-Arena Clash. I have a blank, so I can gain a shield. Or gain a lightning bolt. What I'm going to do is try to keep these guys alive. I'm going to do the once a thing. I'm going to ignore, once per combat, I'm going to ignore all damage using that, which I think makes more sense because that roll was really good for the Legion. So let's just do that once per combat. That cannot be used against this combat. I use the silence. So we're rolling again for the garrisons. It's 1 shield and 1 damage. That's a more reasonable roll. And we have 2 shields and 2 damage and a blank. Now, this is, again, before damage on our hero's hex. None of my guys die because I rolled 2 shields. I'm going to kill this. That's going to be another point to the Tuatan. And I'm going to be able to start piling up on the red hand. So I'm going to put a skeleton there, unless I want the 2 food. 4 damage once per combat. Yeah, that 1 blank is super nice. 4 damage once per combat. I'm doing good. No, let me get the 2 food. Let me get the 2 food. He's an archer. That's so interesting. Black dice and archery is interesting. I think the 2 food makes sense. Instead of starting the red hand, we'll have plenty of opportunities to do that. That is good. So we got the 2 food. We did not start the red hand. Put that skelly back. And all these dudes survive. No one died. Thanks to the druids being super helpful. And that will work. We are ready for the ugly ass siren to come invade our space. Whew, alrighty then. Well, what are we doing next? Well, Mukla's gonna go, and Mukla's gonna see, the whole point. Nah, I think Mukla's gotta go. Anyway, I don't think we're gonna take on the Bloodworm this round. We're not gonna have the movement, so kind of just delayed the inevitable, but it is what it is. So Mukla's going to go. He is going to command. He's going to spend 1 food. Wait a second. Why did I have 2 extra food? Because I got 2 from there. Right. Because I spent 2 in building. I got 2. And I now have 5. And I just got 2 more. Oh, then I spent 2 to command. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we're going to command. I'm going to spend the 3 food to get 2 back. We, again, only cost 1 to command when you're the renegades. But it costs 3 for a haven. Oh, that's gross. I should not have bought that. Because I forgot their havens cost 3. And I have no other way to get plunder. Yeah, I am undoing this purchase. Because it made no sense. But then... Right, if I was going to enter anyway, it's not a big deal. I'm undoing that purchase because I realize I'm going to need that salt. This only gave me 1 plunder, which is a problem. And remember, yeah, the War Lizard costs 4. So this is what I should have done last turn. So I'm going to take 2 turns in a row with the Legion, or the Renegades. So sorry about this. So the Renegades, since I was already entering anyway, I did not use the market last turn. I went ahead and I commanded into the Coven. All right, so this would have been our first battle, technically. Because it has to be 3 of the same resources when you're trading. So I'm going to need to trade 3 of these to get a plunder, and I'm just going to build a haven there because it just makes too much sense not to. So we're up against the Coven. The Coven was pretty severely weakened by the garrisons that were there, so that's nice. We are going to be in the archery round. It's an icy waste, so there's no change to the normal effects of battle. The Coven is going to be rolling 1 yellow die. I will... With only 3 units, and since I'm not fighting the Bloodworm, I am going to go ahead and skip archery. There's really no reason to do archery at this point, because again, 2/3 of the time I'm losing a unit right off the bat, and that's really gross. So we're going to go right to Clash, and I'm rolling a black and 2 blues. I want to make sure I do not lose my War Lizard, because he was very expensive to put out. So I have a black and 2 blues against the Covens, giving me a purple, a blue, and a white. If I might have to flip all my... So if he rolls the lightning bolt, that's going to be a little problematic. But hopefully he does not. So this is going to be for the Coven, or she does not, he does not. I don't know. One of those two. Yeah, none of these were archery. Don't roll lightning bolt. Oh, 2 lightning bolts and a shield. So I had to flip all my feats without using any of them. But only 1 shield. So if I can roll 3 damage with a black dice and 2 blue, we're going to end this sucker right now. And I roll 2 and a shield. The 1 lightning bolt would have activated that. The other one technically would take away the shield, but it doesn't matter. They didn't roll any skulls, and they only have 1 shield themselves. So I do 1 damage to the Coven. We go to the second round of Clash. I have none of my feats available, which is a little annoying, but the Coven's only rolling a purple and a white and no blue. So since there's no overlap in the colors of dice, I can roll all 5 of these at the same time. Bam. And the white and the purple is 2 damage and 1 shield. That's gross. I did 2 damage and no shield. So that's going to kill both of these guys. My War Lizard lives. These go into the Chaos Graveyard, so we'll put them right there. The War Lizard's like, haha, I'm alive. The Coven is dead. We get our activation points back. And we gain 4 points for the Renegades. So we get up to 4. That's out. And Dunskies. All right. There's only 2 more of those in the pile. That's bananas. Fantastic. So done, and done. So this is now, technically I did that before we did that battle over there. Now we're going to come back. It's Mukla's next turn. I'm going to turn this 3 salt into a plunder. This is again why I had to do this. I need the 3 plunder to build the haven because their havens cost 1 more than normal. And this will go there. And when you build their havens, you get a tower and a wall. All right. Fantastic. I'm getting 2 damage on the Coven. 2 extra threat at the round end makes them brutal. At least no damage. Hey, you succeeded at saving your War Lizard. Pretty big. Yeah. Woof. That could have been really ugly had that roll gone a little bit worse than it did. All right. So we have that. So again, that was 2 turns in a row. Man, I had to undo that because I needed that salt, because I needed to turn that 3 salt into a plunder. I'm going to say that 17 times so people are understanding why I did that. And now we're going to go to Yvei's turn. So this is technically Yuvei's 4th turn. Again, the Mukla did 4 turns where he moved explored as 1 turn. Again, movement does not end your turn. We didn't do the market. He moved explored. He moved, oh, my bad. Yuvei is first. So this Mukla did 3 turns. So Yuvei move explored, and then commanded. Mukla move explored and commanded, and then built the haven is what they did. So, and that's a great location for us. Unfortunately, there's no mountain, so when legions start coming after us, that's going to be a little problematic, but we should be able to make that work. Now, Yuvei is going to also build a haven with 2 plunder, and we're going to put this haven over here, which is perfect because it will give us the food, the food we need. And also, I mean, the siren will come toward us, and hopefully we kick her ass because she's super annoying. The Coven is out. And now we're going to go back to Mukla's turn. And Mukla has 4 activation things left, which is pretty bananas. Bananas. All right, we're going to do the quest action. So we're going to choose the Willing to Fight quest. Now, yeah, we have like so little salt. We don't even have enough salt to get. Wolf. Yeah, I'm definitely not spending food. This is where like something like that would be really nice. I mean, how do I feel about rolling 1 shield? Man, there's 1/3 of the time you're rolling a shield. The odds say I should roll a shield, or if not, I should stumble into at least 3 skulls, but this is a little scary. So we're doing a quest. I need 3 skulls, or I need 1 shield. Don't fail me now. I got the 1 shield. Barely. 2 skulls, 1 shield. We made it happen. So I did 1+. Now I did not get the 3 skulls, so I don't get the point, but I do get that. I can discard all the items from the market. Add 1 die to, I don't have, I don't know if I want to discard those just yet, so we're just going to leave that. But I can place 1 basic unit on each of my havens. I will place the basic marksman there, and I will place the basic legionnaire here. Nope, marksmen are more expensive. That makes no sense. I'll put a basic marksman there. And each other player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens or unexplored hex. Well, the only thing we can put that's basic, oh, these are basic riders. Hello, we will put you here. That makes sense because food's really expensive, and I would like to get the Reef King out next round if I can. So this is done. We discard this quest. We do not replace it. You only replace quests at the end, at the beginning of every round. So that worked out fairly well. These dice can come back here. I like to put the dice in front of me so I know where they are when I'm looking for them. So Mukla did a quest. Good job, Mucky Poo. And Yuvei is going to Jason Hex that has no curse. That's interesting. I don't love her chances with any of those quests. The release to Kraken's really dangerous. We will go to the market. Yeah, because she can't move anywhere and get back in time, so we're just not going to mess with that. So if we're going to go to the market, she's going to spend this 1. Let's get the Nether Sea map just in case it proves useful. I could get the Zurich leaves too, but Muckler can always buy that. So then we'll get the next item off, which, act surprise. Hey guys, it's a Leviathan Harpoon. Excellent. Muckler still has 3 things left. And Muckler is going to want to get... Can see what this is. Oh. Oh, I lied. I looked at the immediate effect. The lightning bolt effect is place a curse here. His immediate effect is place a curse in any hex with no X. So I definitely cheated when I put that out. So sorry about that. What added? That was beginning of the game. I would have put this here because I wasn't going to go that way. So that had to go there, which means that's not considered empty. So when I had to add garrisons, I would have placed this. What made me place garrisons? Place 2 garrison empty hexes with no lightning bolt. I'll place this garrison over there because I think that makes some sense. I could place it here. I mean, Bloodworm's probably going there anyway. Ooh. Saw that. I did think I'm going to try to like recreate this. Like I would have put this over here because I originally thought I was going there with Muckla, and obviously I went a different direction. So it would have been interesting to have this here and maybe reinforce it, and then maybe Bloodworm might get attacked by multiple things, but it's probably not how I would have played that out originally. So we'll stick that over there. So again, sorry. I knew I originally was like, yeah, placed on any hex with no thing, and then I just got in my head and just read it wrong. Again, so because the lightning bolt power is not the immediate effect. They are 2 very different things. So I'm going to... Getting more salt is interesting. Yeah, I'm going to spend this and explore. I mean, do I want to move? Almost guaranteeing the Bloodworm moves there if I explore there, and I'm not sure I want to do that. Yeah, we're going to move and explore. We're going to open up this. It is a swamp. Oh, can I sucker him into there? I think I can. I'd have that to be the least offended, though. Woof. All right, just have him go toward the sea tower. I just give up on the sea tower strategies. All right, it's like a still hunt for the helmets of drowned legionnaires. Gain 2 food. We'll put this here. There is not empty, so I'm going to put in 1 food and get a 3-er. So I'm gaining 2 food. I'm going to place a garrison. If empty, place a garrison. If not reinforced, place 1 garrison in any empty hex with no X. I'm going to put it here. That is an empty hex. It does not have an X. And that way the Bloodworm will go here and then here, and all his red dice become white, which is much preferred. All right, Yave can't do anything with this last die, so she's just going to trade. She's gained 1 salt, and then heroes may give or take resources from each other, as well as any item the receiving hero could use, but they have to be in the same hex for that. And now we're going to do Mukla's last turn. Mukla will spend his 1 salt, I think. Maybe. Discard this. Yeah, that could be useful. We'll you go to the market or spend the 1 salt to get these Zurich leaves. And that's going to replace, it is the cursed dice. Pay 1 salt to reroll 1 die on any of your rolls outside of combat. It requires 2 guile. I have 2 guile, but it's a little too late for that. So that is the end of the action phase. We go to the Nemesis phase. Activate legions and hordes once for each activation token on them. The first thing that's going to activate is a bloodworm. So his activation preference, and we'll go through it. He's going to try to go to a hex with a haven. There is no hex with a haven. He's going to hex with the fewest enemy units. This is indeed a hex with enemy units. So he's going to the sea tower. And then when he starts his activation, he's going to poop out a curse. And now he goes here, and they're going to battle. So in the archery phase of battle, it's going to be 2 red dice versus 1 white die. Since they are different colors, I'll roll them together, and lo and behold, two things and 1 shield. The 2 things are enough to kill that dude. It will just go there. Bloodworm activation token comes off. They are done. We go to the Siren. The Siren, guess what? She poops out a curse. We cannot use lightning bolts against her, so Juve is a little bit neutered here. But we'll see how the rest of this goes. So she comes in, and we are going to have a battle. And hopefully she rolls no lightning bolts so we can get rid of her to start the game, because she's super annoying. If I mention she's annoying. All right, riders add their dice. We have 1 crab rider, so he's going to add 1 blue die. The Siren is rolling 1 red die in archery. All right, so it's only the rider only gets his blue die added because it is in the Badlands. The only person that we have that has the archery naturally is the Reef King. We'll see if we can't add them next turn. So red die is the Siren, blue die is the Crab Rider. Bam, 2 damage, 1 shield. So this dude is dead. We're going to put them there. And now we go to the first round of Clash. Since my stone, now I cannot use lightning bolts against a Siren under any circumstances. It doesn't matter that it's not a curse there. It's just that's a rules against her, so she's super annoying. Since I lost the stone shell in the previous round of combat, it was archery, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be able to add a white die for that stone shell. I'm now adding 3 white dice because of each of the stone shells that are still alive, and I'm adding the blue die for the Crab Rider. So 1 blue, 4 whites. Here we go. The Siren is rolling a purple die, a yellow die, and 3 whites on her own. So I will do my roll first. I hate the Siren. Bam! Oh, that's horrendous. You might have thought it was impossible to roll 5 blanks, but, my friends, I tell you, it is not. Oh man, I should have blocked her off, I guess. Oh, that's really bad. That is the worst roll I've seen in quite a while. So we're up against the 3 whites. We got to remember what I rolled. It shouldn't be hard. Wow, that's equally pathetic. So that helps. I lose another one of my. Wow, I rolled 10 dice and I rolled 9 blanks. That's hard to do. Now, since I lost another stone shell, I get that white back plus these 2 whites plus a blue. So I'm 1 die less than I had last time. This is not going well. Damage. Here we go. 2 shields and 3 damage. That's an actually legitimate roll. So I'm going to take other dice to signify what I rolled so I don't forget. So 3, 2 shields, and 3 damage. Remember, it doesn't matter that I rolled blanks because you cannot use blanks against the Siren. Siren's rolling 3 whites, a blue, a purple, and a yellow. Please don't roll any lightning bolts, and tons of lightning bolts. Excellent. So how does this work? The Siren's going to move to an adjacent hex at the end of this combat, which is super annoying. She's doing 2 damage to me. And she's going to negate one of my shields. So one of my shields just absolutely goes away. So I take 1 damage. The stone shell goes away. I lose another one, unfortunately. But I do 3 damage to her, but she has a shield. So all right, I'm going to take 1 of my damage away and a shield, and I'm going to take 1 of her damage away and a shield, and that's the leftover. I've already applied her 1 damage to me. I applied 2 damage to her. She's down to level 2, and now she moves to the closest adjacent empty hex. The lightning bolt, I think, negates adjacency. She's going to get back up to level 4, which is super annoying. This is no longer empty because it has a curse in it. So we will just put her there. It's most awesome. And she'll keep pooping out curses until she dies, which may never happen because she's super annoying. Woof. 1 more damage to her would have been nice because then at least she would just get back up to level 3. But going back to level 4 means effectively we've just netted nothing. But lost 3 units in the way. So both starting units are still alive. That's not a great way to start this game, but here we are. So we have this, we have this. Oh no, murder. It's amazing that I survived that at all, considering I rolled 5 blanks at one point. So I will not complain too much. Yeah, that could have gone much worse. We take those wins. Guys, I got to run. Must work on delivering your games. Greg, my friend, you got this. Enjoy the red hand. Thank you, sir. I have not forgotten about it. Unfortunately, you created a horde that does not let me use my lightning bolts. You actually created a couple of them. So it is what it is. All right, let's move on. Nemesis phase is done. We're going to take this activation token off. We go to the production phase. We gain resources based on your total havens. So we'll do this one at a time. The 2 Atan is going to gain 1, 3, 2, and then we look at where their havens are. They gain 1, 1, 1, so that's going to be 2, 4, 3, and then they're gaining 2 more food, so that's going to be 2, 4, and 5. So 2 salt, 4 plunder, and 5 food, putting in 1, taking 6. Meanwhile, the Renegade's total production is going to be a 1, 1, 1 and a 2, 1. So the total of that is going to be a 3, 2, 1, and we're going to double all of that because they're special. So that's going to be a 6, 4, 2. So 6 salt, 4 plunder, and 2 food. All right. So gain the resources. We did that. Empire scores. There's empires going to score 1 for every hex with any garrisons. Well, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hexes that have garrisons. So they're going to go from 0 to 8. There is nothing in their graveyard, so they score no additional points this round. The Chaos is going to score 1 for every curse in play. There are 6 curses in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So they go from 0 to 6. They're going to score 1 for each of the hordes that are still in play. So they go from 6 to 8. And they're going to score an additional 6 points because they have at least 1 Legion unit, at least 1 Tuatan unit, and at least 1 Renegade unit. Rough, and rough. So they're going to get up to 14. It looks like the Chaos is going to be a force to be reckoned with this game. So that is done. the players score. So the players will score 2 for each of their havens in play. So we both have 2 havens. So we're going to score 4 points each. So we go to 4 to 8, and we go from 2 to 6. Additionally, in income, the renegades get 2 points because both of the places where their havens are give them points. We're going to get 1 more point for the Tuatan, and we could now at this point spend resources to create more points, but we will not do that. That is a late game play. And now we go to the Omens phase. The first player is still the Tuatan. They're going to roll their hero dice. We would like 2 shields, please. That is our best bet to get out of this. So hero dice. Bam! I rolled 3 skulls. I would have liked 4. I only rolled 3. I did not roll 2 shields. I did not roll 2 things. So we're going to get the top omen card. And that is what we get. All right, the Greater Omen of the Dracolich. Choose the hex with the most non-imperial units or threat. Roll a black, red, and apply the result. The most non-imperial units or threat. The most non-imperial threat is the Bloodworm, who has 4 threat. I do not have a place with 5 units, so this is actually super lucky. The Bloodworm is getting attacked. We are ignoring lightning bolts. The Dracolich is coming by and goes, because that's what they do. It's fire, blue fire, hot blue fire breathing out of their mouth or something. So we're attacking the Bloodworm. Could actually wipe the Bloodworm out, which wouldn't be great, to be honest, because I'm trying to set up to kill him myself, and that's 4 points, and I don't want to give the Legion 4 points, but we'll see. Bam! Of course. 4 damage! Bloodworm dead. Wolf. So that was a Legion thing that did 4 damage, killed the Bloodworm, and it gives the Legion 4 points. That is different than the Graveyard mechanic. It's just 4 points. Dracolich is like a very fierce thing, and now we have 2 points going to the Dracolich. We will kind of keep track of that as we go and see which Arch-Nemesis we'll be taking out today. Hopefully it is not the Dracolich, because he is nasty. So, Bloodworm out, even though I had him totally set up to be killed there. Woof. Let's go to chapter 2. Reveal 1 Druid card. No thank you. Don't have to. Flipping all these suckers face up. We can actually bring Muckless card a little bit more into play. You notice I did flip the board around. I like starting with for the camera, I like starting the 1 there or the 0 there, because then I can get all the space I want toward endgame, where it's a little more important. We get all of my action points. So 8 points for the Angry Turtle, 8 points for the Angry Mutant. We go to deal 3 new items. So these items go away. Put them up there. 3 new ones coming out. We have the Healing Potion. After combat, discard this to place 1 of your units destroyed here on any of your havens. The Drums of Terror. If enemies dice show any blanks, gain a shield for damage on your hero's hex. And we have the nice thing about the Bloodworm going away, it does mean I can take over the Sea Tower, which isn't bad. It also means less curses, which again, that's another big time point mechanic that's hard to get on top of late. And we have Wyvern's Eye Patch. Add 1 red to any of your rolls outside of combat before rolling. That could be nice, especially if we're chilling on that Sea Tower. Muckle will have a discount of 1 in getting items. So something to think about. Again, the game, as Pavel has been known to tell me in my live streams, the game is definitely won between the items and the quests most of the time. All right, we're going to get rid of these quests. We're going to get 3 new quests, see if there's any immediate effects on them. First, we have the Nether Sea Navigation. Mastery of a blade ship in the 3rd eye was essential to find the hidden Imperial Vault, noted in Sejuri's Stolen Logbook. It's a 3/1/1. It's a 1+ to solve. If your hero's on a sea tower, you can add a purple die. Next, we have the Instruction of the Druids. Dressed in loosely wrapped skins over his strangely formed tattoos, the Watcher prepared you for weeks to meet your own demon. It is a 2+. Gain any of your feats. Shuffle your feat deck, discard this quest. If you're on a Marsh Hex, you gain a purple. Now that would be really nice. 4 is a lot, but the 1/1 is enticing. We'll see. But again, if I'm rolling with Muckla, who's on our marsh now, it's going to be very hard for him to get a lightning bolt. So I don't know. We'll see. And then a deal with demons by the old gods. She's not suggesting that. It's a 1+, 4/1/2. Place any horde in play on any hex. Oh, that's exciting.
I like it.
I would not mind putting the siren on the capital, to be honest with you, because she's really annoying. But it's a 1+, and you're losing points just to do this. If you fail, you have to activate the horde with the lowest initiative, and that could be bad as well. All right, first player token is going over to Muckla and adding 2 threat to all Legion Horde in play, so the Siren gets her 2 threat back. The first player draws the event. So, event for chapter 2. I draw feats next. Yes, I do. All right, let me see the things. The drums are nice, says Mike James. Matthew Palmer says, hey all, hello, Matthew. All right, unholy omens, fishermen and sailors began to drill deep holes in the frozen sea to fish, but most of them do not return these days, and their place unearthly screams waft through the icy wasteland. Place 2 skeletons on any unexplored empty hex. These are considered explored. 2 skeletons on any unexplored empty hex. But I'm reactivating the skeletons? No. No, I'll put them there. But you have to add a skeleton. Oh, if you have to add a skeleton, it's super bad. Because then it becomes a horde. Woof. We're almost out of hordes. I'll put it there. All right. Place 3 skeletons in any hex with no X, empty if possible. Yeah, all of that is gross. So I'm basically getting 2 skeletons on one of these hexes and 3 garrisons on the other. I'm going to do that. And we'll get a triple garrison here. I just hope that this doesn't reinforce. And if it reinforces, I'll have a horde. And it just is what it is. There could be worse things to deal with, I think. All right. And huge flocks of birds coming from the ruined mainland are heading west across the islands of Azul. The echoing cries in the sky fill the survivors with a dark foreboding. Place 1 legion at threat 5 on the capital. Guys, we have a legion!
Yes. We love the Legion. They're so cool.
All right, it's the Spy Master. I take it back. We don't love the Legion. They're not cool at all. Place his target. Flip the most expensive items in the market. They are not discarded. And the Spy Master, until the Spy Master is destroyed. Threat 5. Booyah. What's most expensive? It is the Drums of Terror, which Mike said was pretty cool. Well, you know, they're not available anymore. Enemies cannot use shields. Well, that's awesome. So we're going to place the target of the Spy Master. It's the one on top. Isn't that wonderful? We're going to put it on the Tuaton hex with the fewest. Are we placing another legion? Place 1 horde at threat 5 on any empty hex. There are no empty hexes, dude. Oh, these are empty hexes. Right. There are empty hexes. Never mind. I'm lying. There's no empty unexplored hex. Yeah, this had to go on an unexplored empty hex. This just has to go on an empty hex with no X, which is basically the same thing, because again, all the icy wastes have X's and are considered explored. All right, yeah, we'll have him go that way. The no shield thing is worse for Mukla. And the Spy Master standee is over here. Bam. Place a horde at threat 5. Flip 1 unexplored hex. And resolve its effects. And then the first player gets the benefits. I could use that to my advantage. I need... Man, there's not a lot of plunder out. That's rough. All right. We're going to place a horde. This is the 4th horde out of 5 for the game. The Banished! Oh no! All these are so bad, dude. It's amazing. So the Banished at the 5. Choose one quest and resolve its failure effect. Reroll 1 blank for every revealed druid, so we can reroll 4 blanks every round. And those are like one time. They don't like stack. I can't roll 1 die 4 times, but I can reroll 4 things. If destroyed, gain 3, and then place it back. So there will be essentially 6 horde this game, assuming I kill the Banished at least once. It's going to come into play. Where are you? Donde está el Banished? That is some expert level Spanish for y'all. Here you go. The Banished is going to go on any empty hex. Oh, man. I hate the Spy Master. I don't like the Banished either. Destroy your most expensive unit or 2 Imperial Threat Wolf. That could be really bad. I could put him there. Could try to make this like my main place. We'll put him... If I build a haven there, it's going to be a problem. If I build a haven there, don't build one there this turn, that's probably fine. Yeah, I think I really want a haven there. That extra food's really nice. I'm putting the Banished there for sure. All right, final answer. Choose one quest and resolve its failure effect. That gives me a lot of resources. Chaos gains a point. Activate the horde with the lowest initiative, which is the Siren. No thank you. Discard this quest and draw a new one. Fine. I'll discard that. We're drawing a new one. Don't have an immediate effect, please. Druid Sacrifice. It's a 2+. Any druid was willing to die for their cause, and many did. 3/1/1. Choose a hex with a curse. Remove that curse. Discard this quest. If your hero is on the hex with a curse, gain +1 yellow die, which looks a little RNG. All right, now, so we've done the place a horde at threat 5. We placed a legion at threat 5. We now have to flip 1 unexplored hex and resolve its effects. Strategically, I think we do the sea tower. I have a lot I want to do. Guns. I could use the salt. My stuff is expensive. Wow. Wow, I'm not going to be able to build much at all. I'll be okay, I think. I definitely can't get the Reef King out, which is a little unfortunate. I just don't have the salt. All right. Where can I get salt? Ugh. I'm adjacent to everywhere, so I could just like, go this way. That's interesting. Siren's super annoying. I'm going to flip the C tower. I just think it makes the most sense. All right. Wow, that's lucky. Okay, I like it. Units and heroes are adjacent to hex. If your heroes here, pay 1 less salt for any items from the market. I gain 2 salt. Remove any skeletons. So it's Dawnguard. The Empire saw value in the smuggler scum festering at Dawnguard. So 2 skeletons out. We're adding 2 of this. We do not spawn a horde, which is probably for the best. And now I can even put a haven there because banished won't be able to get to it, which is super interesting. So that is done. We're now going to go to the we did this. We place 1 activation token on all hordes and legions. So activation. We look at 2 feats and keep 1. 2 feats optional for 2 possible for Eve. Coral spikes. Remove 1 wall here to pick a color of enemy dice and ignore all damage on it. That's not terrible. Or I can get another thing. I think I like resources. So we're going to add magic to my hero dice because that seems like a good idea, I think. And that's going to give me 3 more resources of any type. I'm not going to figure out what I'm taking yet. I'm just going to put a die with a 3 on it to indicate that I have 3 more resources to choose from. And this is out. The 2 feats for Mukla. It is a might or a magic, or a guile or a leadership. Whoo. I think I'll take the might. And get 3 more resources. And I'll get a die to indicate that. Let me check the chat. Matthew Palmer, bad draw. He regens, says laugh out loud. Sajid, wait, you are back. I am. When did you post this? Did not notice. How are you? How was Europe? Dude, I literally put it up like an hour before I started, so you didn't miss much. Europe is amazing, man. I had a blast in Scotland. Enjoyed Ireland. Mrs. playthroughs. Definitely slipped a disc in her back, so that made things interesting. We had to get a I was like wheeling her around Dublin like an old lady, but we really had a ton of fun. And then Gen Con was also pretty awesome, man. How are you, sir? I hope you are doing very well. All right, let's build some stuff, kids. I kind of like the idea of the Reef King. They are not to be trifled with. I mean, a black die in archery is just absolutely sick. Remember, I have 3 resources of any type. The problem is the Reef King costs 5/4. The Harpooners are pretty rough. Don't know how I don't turn this into salt. I'm really salt being my limiting factor here is somewhat unexpected. All right. We are not going to get the Reef King. This makes me a little sad. For sure. We're going to get... Oh, man, they're going to be out of plunder. What the hell is going on? I think I got 4 harpooners and a rider. No, I need the 2 plunder. I need the 2 plunder. So not force. I won't get the harpooner. We get 3 stone shells. I'll spend 2 of this plunder. So I'm putting in a 3, taking a 1. And actually put the 2 that I spent here to get a rider. Still plenty of resources. Woof. If I take this 3 wild and I do this. All right, I'm going to turn this 3 resources into a plunder, a plunder, and 2 salt. No, 2 plunder and 1 salt. And I'll build a 4th stone shell. And we'll just keep doing that strategy. And the next strategy, we'll look at Reef Kings and Harpooners. So we'll have the... Riders add their dice. I could do this. If riders add their dice in the thing, if I have this as the least offended, the siren will come here. And I could build... I guess I'm 1 plunder to build a tower. I think that makes sense. So I have 2 plunder and 8 food left, which is an insane amount of food. But I gotta get some salt so I could build the Reef King. All right, so this is out. So I built a wall, a tower. I built a rider, and I built 4 stone shells. All right, this is least offended. Siren comes in here. That gives me some possibilities for sure. I'm probably gonna want to build a haven there, and I might explore here. The fact that I could be adjacent to everywhere with the Nether Sea map is super nice. All right, so we have 3 wilds over here. What are we building? Havens are expensive. I can get an Organs in play. That's pretty nice. Lizard Rider doesn't make much sense. I have 2 marksmen in play, thanks to the quest from last round. All right, so I'm going to spend the 5 plunder on our guns. I do need to move. get more. I'm sorry, 5 food. I'll spend the 8 salt on all my legionnaires. That's too much salt, kids. I'll spend 6 salt on 3 legionnaires. So 1, 2, 1. And then I have this. With those resources, I will take 1 of everything. No, I won't need that much salt. I'll take 2 plunder. Well, I'll take 1 food and 2 plunder. So that's that 3 that I got from taking the might. Three salts. This goes there, and this goes there. Checking the chat. Living in this wolf, hopes Sarah can recover and you won't need much doctor stuff. Give me your favorite thing and worst experience of Europe, then the biggest surprise. Then I'll probably bail, as you know from experience, time zones. Man, I just love so much about Scotland, man. I like this beard was made for Scotland. Yeah, I really loved Scotland a whole lot. We went up the Isle of Skye, just did some really awesome hiking. Went to Staffa, the island of Mull. We were in Oban. We went to Loch Ness, which was super touristy but super fun. But I really love the Isle of Skye. Just that whole area was absolutely amazing. The food was great. The people are also friendly. The dark beer, every dark beer out there is amazing. And I'm not talking about Guinness. Worst? I don't know, man. Everything's super good, dude. Like, it's hard to complain. The worst was the emergency room in Dublin being 16 hours if we went there, but we were able to find a doctor to give Sarah the meds she needed, which was super nice. Richard, I'm really on the fence about whether to buy this game. I love Deep Soul games like Maze Knight, struggling with the aesthetics a bit here. I get that. This game definitely wows me a lot more in person than it does on camera. I'm telling you, these standees are freaking gorgeous, and I love playing with them, but they do look a little bit like kids' toys on camera, so I get that. Like James, this game will keep you on your toes at all times. The presentation is dependent on personal preference, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I just got like Dungeon Degenerates. I kind of like the neon appeal. I think the layout here is really sharp. They did a lot of things that really appeal to me visually with this game for sure. So all right, we'll go with that. So we just built everything. We go to the action phase, and we are starting with Muckety Mucks. Muckety Mucks is going to well, we pretty much want to wipe out these guys, these guys, these guys. There are only 2 whites. I have 1 marksman. I probably skipped the archery round to start, right? I'm actually going to turn one of those plunders. Yeah, I need the wolf. All right, I'm going to turn one of those plunders into a food. Remember, I got 2 plunder and a salt. Or I got 1 plunder and two. I got 2 plunder for sure. And I'm going to turn the other plunder into one of those plunders into a food, one of those plunders into a salt. I forget what the third thing I took was, just 5, but I am going to spend this 2 salt to get another dude out while I can, because I have some ideas about maybe wiping out all 3 of these things. 3 havens would actually be... No. Can I get all my havens out? That would be sick. No, I take that back. Give me that 2 plunder back. Give me that 2 salt I spent back. And I'm gonna put the food and the salt. I'm gonna undo the reconversion. So I'm gonna keep exactly what I had. So I turned 2 plunder into a food and the salt, and then I spent 2 salt to put out this guy. I'm gonna undo that. I have ideas. I will have... Yeah, if I can get all 4 of my things out, that's a sick round for me. All right, let's see. Let us see. I'm on a Mars Hex. I don't think that's the greatest idea. Gain any one of your feats. Don't think that's worth it. I would gain a purple. Oh, man. I'm tempted to do this quest. What are my feats? I don't remember my feats are, kids. Wow. I actually have a shot at this. Let me take a quest. Command, quest, command, market, market, command, quest, haven. Request, command, haven, command, haven, market, market. I definitely have the things. Choose any hex with a curse, remove that curse. Do I try to move the siren? Or just fight? I think I can fight her. Sorry about that. Don't love my odds here. Which means I should do it. The 2+ is always rough. 4, 1, 1. 2 red dice. Purple die. I can do 3 white dice. I could add another purple. That's quest. Alright, so I'm rolling my hero dice, so 2 red. 3 white. Oh, man. Purple. Do I add a black? Do I add a blue? One other white should come up with the shield. I'm thinking about just getting rid of this. This is pretty important. Let me add a black. It'll help me get to the 4 in case I blank with all the whites. All right, I'm discarding the leaves. I'm rolling these 7 dice. 4 from my base hero dice. Add a red, add a purple because I'm on a hex. I'm on a marsh. And here we go. Bam. 1 shield, 3 lightning bolts. So I did these 2. I did not get the 4 skulls. I got only 2. But I get 2 points, 1 point, 2 point. Bam, bam. And I can change any one of my feats from my feat deck, and I discard this quest. So we'll look at my feat deck. I can get more resources. Discard this. May buy any number of artists in the market. Discard this to ignore a legion or horde's immediate effect. Targets are placed normally. That could be amazing. Discard this. Your enemy cannot use lightning bolts. That could also be amazing. I mean, if I have any marksman in archery, I gain a blue before rolling. That could also be amazing. I hate the immediate effects. I also would like them not to be able to use lightning bolts, but that's going to be a little bit. So I'm going to actually ignore the immediate effects. That could be really useful. Remember, they come out before I get new feats next turn. We're going to shuffle the rest, including the 2 that I've already rejected this game. I assume that's how that's supposed to go. It's like 5 left here. And that was my first turn. Saget also, unless you back this, there is a campaign delivering soon, or someone find a place to order them, the game will be expensive. You don't remember your feats? Yes, very funny. Very funny, Saget. I miss your witty humor. All right. That was interesting start to all of this nonsense. Let's go do some things, kids. Yve, remember, is adjacent to any hex, so she's going to do a explore. She's going to do a move and explore. So she's adjacent everywhere. She's going to move and explore, and she's going to go here. This would be a good place to build my 3rd haven. Dun, dun, dun. It is a Frost. Gain 2 salt. When the Empire invaded Azul, they established their first foothold on Frost. If empty, place a garrison. If not, reinforce. It is not empty, so we will reinforce it. Like so. And we'll put this wall here. And then there's more stuff here, which I should have read before I put this down. Place 1 garrison on any empty hex with no X. Well, we cannot. This hex, if there's no empty hexes or level 1 garrison, place a garrison. Okay, so if there's no empty hex or a level 1 garrison, place a garrison on a hex with other garrisons. So I'm going to place a garrison on a hex with other garrisons. I'm going to place this garrison over here. There are literally no empty hexes with no X. So that is fine. And we are done. We have moved. We have explored. It was exciting. I am now going to command. That's right. I'm commanding my units. I only have 2 food, so we better make this count. Commanding my units into here. So these 5 suckers are coming into here. We're going to have the Rock of Combat here. And I would like all these suckers to survive, so we are skipping the archery round. It's the best time, I think, to use that this turn. So in the clash round, we're going to be up against 2 garrisons. We're going to have a blue and a white die. And it's going to be up against a black die, 2 blue dice, a white die, and 2 yellow dice. So I roll the blue and the white die for the garrisons first. It is a shield, and it is a skull. That is what they have, and my dice, I rolled 1 shield and 2 skulls. So very exciting. I kill this dude, I get a point. This is out. We go to round 2. All my guys survive. Oh, there were 2 garrisons there, so I totally lied. I had a shield and 2 skulls because I rolled bad. They have 2 garrisons. They're actually rolling 2 yellow dice as well. This could be bad. It could be really bad. Woof. 2 more damage. Woof. I'm gonna re-roll. So this is once per combat. I'm gonna use this once per combat ability now to re-roll my 2 yellows. And I did 1 more damage, which is good. So they did 3 damage. I only had 1 shield. So 2 of my guys die. I actually did 3 damage. That's once per combat, so I did this. 2 of my guys die. Both of their things die. So good I caught that in time. So I killed the other one. I was looking at the chart for one garrison, even though there were two, so that was my fault. But I do have to kill off two of these things, and I don't love that. Whew. This is a bad roll. It was a very bad roll. Woof. That's so bad. I was just trying to keep everyone alive.
I just wanted to keep them alive.
Man. Yeah, that should have been a lot better. Yeah, I skipped the archery. Hmm. I'm gonna kill the legionnaires. I don't love it. That puts me in a weird spot. All right, these three are alive here. Done and done. All right, back to Yve. Yve's going to do some commanding. Remember, commanding for them costs a little bit more, so we're commanding with 2 food. We're bringing all these guys in here. So the Rock of Combat is going to go here. It's 2 garrisons. I'll make sure I roll the proper number of things. I don't think I did that wrong before. Pretty sure I didn't. Alrighty then. So we are doing a right because we were just up against. I don't remember. I don't think we were ever up against 2 garrisons at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we're up against 2 garrisons here. We are in the ranged. I have no ranged attack. Archery and clash. I have no harpooners. So yeah, I'm doing no archery attack. The 2 garrisons are attacking me with 2 whites.
This could be bad.
And 1 damage, so we kill one of my stone shells. Garrisons are a little feisty bunch today. So I lost a stone shell, so I get a white die because of my stone shell ability here. I get 3 more white dice because I have 3 more stone shells in play, and I have a blue die, which will give me that. Wolf. Right. So I have 5 dice total. If I get blanks, I get a lightning bolt. That could be super good. We're up against these garrisons are 2 yellow, a blue, and a white. We'll roll them first. 3 blanks and a shield, so only 1 shield remaining. Because they did not do any damage to me. Again, I'm rolling 4 whites and a blue. I do 2 damage. Now, I did roll blanks, so I can gain a shield. And I will use that lightning bolt. I will use that lightning bolt to draw an item. Oh, that could be awesome. That's once per combat. I don't need. Do I need the resources? No, I will use it the once per combat to gain once per combat before damage to gain the resources because I will need the salt for the Reef King and the harpooners. So I'm going to gain the 2 resources there. I killed this dude. This goes up. I am now at 8 points. We go to the next round. It's going to be a blue and a white for the garrisons. I lost the white die because I did not lose a stone shell the previous round like I did last time. They rolled a shield and a damage. I did roll a blank. I rolled a shield, so I block it. I kill this. I get a point. And I have that blank. I'm going to use that blank. I can't do this again, but I can start building up the red hand. That could be really important, so I might want to start doing that. Now, so I am now alone here. And that's done. Muckla is going to go. Muckla is going to spend 3 plunder to build a haven. Put this here. Ave is going to go. Ave is going to spend 2. Oh, and we build a haven with Muckla. This should have been move, explore, command was 2, right? 5/5. We also get a wall and a tower because, you know, they're really good at building shit. That's what they do. Ave's gonna go. Ave's gonna build a haven for 2 plunder instead of 3. Does not get a wall, unfortunately. We'll get the salt there, which would be nice. Muckla's gonna go. Muckla is going to move. No. Muckla can command himself. Muckla's gonna, he could buy it for free in the tower, but that's just not worth it. So we're just gonna use the market to spend the 1 salt to buy the healing potion. That gets replaced. The Darth Rider Brutes, flip this to regain 1 used. Wow, that's really sick. And super important. Wow. That's really interesting. Yeah, regaining an action point is pretty sick. I just don't want to spend the salt. Oh man, I hate. Well, can she roll 2/2? Can move, explore. Can't use lightning bolts against her anyway, so it doesn't matter. This would still apply. Oh, that's going to be empty. Oh, I can't do that. Yeah, I think we move, explore as a Vey. Open this up. Plagued by pirates, even for the rebellion, the Empire fortified the sea tower called Sea Guard. We gain 2 salt. I'm going to take 1 out, get 2 more. Remove any skeletons here. Place 3 garrisons here. We cannot place. There are no skeletons. We can only place 2 garrisons. Since we can't place the 3rd, the Legion gets a point. The Empire gets a point. But we will place the 2. Yeah, I don't like this battle. Not much of a choice. All right, we're gonna command, spend the food, hope for the best. We have my healing potion. You have no blue dice though. But I can reroll all dice in one color and clash. 2 white dice. Here's the rock of combat. 2 white dice. I have 1 white die because I do have a marksman, which gives me an archery die. So, actually, I can't roll them all at once. So the 2 white dice for the garrisons, perfect, only 1 damage. The 1 white die for me, not perfect. Can't re-roll it. So, woof. So I lose my marksman. We're going to put that there. No damage to them. I'm now rolling 2 yellows and a black. And I'm going to be up against a blue, 2 yellows, and a white. Oh, that's not a blue, that's a black. All right, 2 below the yellows. No, this is for the garrisons. 3 damage. Yikes. 2 yellows and a black. I just need to do 2 damage. I did no damage. I did 1 damage. And I get to re-roll. Holy crap. That's an amazingly terrible roll. And wow, I got to re-roll it and it was still amazingly terrible. So, oh, and I don't have any more food. That's really gross. Yikes. Muckla's going to remain here. Both these guys are dead. I did kill one of these things, which gets me a point. I'm that. I'm going to save the war lizard. I can put him any one of my havens. I will put him here. That was really bad. I really wanted to build 2 havens. Wow. Organs is dead. Oh, that was really bad. I got my point. I rolled 2 blanks again. There we go. There's a hit. Woof. I rolled good, kids. I rolled really good. Well, I guess I'm not building another haven, which is interesting for Yve now. Yve is going to go to the market, spend 2 salt and spend a 3 to get the boots. We can flip this to gain a card, and that is Guile. Pay 1 food to gain 1 yellow in archery. Oh, I used this to get a destroyed unit back. That's how I got that thing back. I'm going to flip this to get a thing back here. Do not have 2 Guile. I cannot use that. I do not have 1 fight, so I cannot use that. Muckla is going to spend 1 salt and go to the market to get this weapons eye patch. Always add a red to any of your rolls outside of combat. Next item comes out. It is the leaves. This card is to add anyone died any player's roll outside of combat. We're going to spend 0 salt in the market to get Quest. Move quest. Rock of Combat can go away. Yeah, we're gonna go to the market, buy this. That gets replaced. The ice water, you may reveal all your dice on any roll outside of combat once. Always. Wow, that's really sick. Alright, Muckla's gonna do a quest. I think we're gonna try to do both of these. So I'm gonna have, what are my hero dice? I'm not on a thing with a horde. So I'm gonna get 2 reds. I always add a red to all my rolls outside of combat. And then I could get 3 yellows. The 2+ is interesting. Removing a curse might not be the worst idea. You can't explore where there's an X. God, it's really annoying. I didn't get that last. That would have been 4 more salt. That's a really big swing because I get the Haven out. This is like, oh. So now I'm kind of looking at the quest as like a backup. Let me do this first. Why do I want to do that first? Oh, because that dude might activate. And if it activates, that's really bad. All right, so we're going to do this first. I need to get 2, so I'm going to discard the leaves to add a die. I will add, if I make these white, I need to do 2. I can make these white and add a blue. I probably would get a shield, and I should stumble into 3 or 1 with the red dice. All right, so I get 1, 2, 3 reds, 3 whites, and then I got a blue. I added the blue because I put the leaves in there. Just will help me get a shield, hopefully. So 3, 1, 1. Oh, man. I roll really good. It's not frustrating at all. I rolled a 3, 0, 0, 0. That's incredible. I don't think I mean, there's a shield. I just needed 1 shield, 1 lightning bolt. Alas, I failed, so 2 points to the chaos. And we discard this, so that was epic failure, which is super frustrating. And we are now going to Yvette's turn. She's going to move. Remember, she's adjacent to every. No, she's going to command. Command costs 2. So we're spending a 3, keep getting 1 back, and we're commanding. She's adjacent to everywhere, so we're commanding everyone here. And now we'll send the siren up here, which is what I want. All right, and now Muckla's last turn. He's going to quest again. What could go wrong? I get 3 reds, and I really just want to do skulls. So I'm just going to get yellows. I need 4 skulls. Holy shit. rolled 2. This is some of the most pathetic rolling. Even by my standards, this is terrible. So I can't place a siren, or I was trying to just drop the banish there. Like I had some ideas that would have been nice, but alas, so I could have dropped the siren there. Like it is what it is. But this is why I had them there in case I failed that. I activate the horde with the lowest initiative. When you activate the horde with the lowest initiative, again, she poops out a curse. She's going to go to the place with the haven of mine that's least defended, which is there. I have a tower. I am on a Badlands, so my riders will also add dice, so I get 2 blue dice and a white die. She's rolling a red die, so I can roll these all at the same time. I'm still like tilty about how bad this rolling has gone, but it is what it is. So this is her red die. She does nothing. I do 1 damage, so she's down to 3. I had a shield and a hit, so look at me actually rolling non-blanks. I cannot use lightning bolts in combat against the sirens, so none of this matters. We're now doing 2 blues and a white because of the tower, and we are up against a purple, a yellow, and 3 whites. We will do the sirens movement first. She does 3 damage, which could be super bad. I have a bunch of shield though, so let's see what happens. I just need to do 3 damage myself, and 3 damage and a shield. So siren is dead. We get 2 points, and 2 points only because it's 1 point plus 1 per guile. I only have 1 guile as Juve, so this goes up. Siren's out. This can come off. This goes here. I take 2 damage because I have a shield to block the 3rd. I will kill, obviously, this and this. This will go there. And that, my friends, is done. Alrighty then. Again, I could not use lightning bolts because of the siren. So don't even think about it. Good thing is the target's placed there, so I don't really need to defend this Badlands very much for a second. And the Spy Master, hopefully I'll be in a place where I can just wipe him out next turn. Maybe I can explore there. Maybe there's walls. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But that is indeed done. That was from the quest, so we're now done with the action phase. We're going to activate Legions and Hordes. The Spy Master tries to poop out a garrison on the capital. He cannot. And if you place a 4th garrison here, place an any empty hex with no X, or if there is none, reinforce another garrison. So we're going to reinforce another garrison. We're going to put a 2nd garrison here. Woof. Alrighty then. Spy Master then is going to move here, and that is all he wrote. He's going to be a level 7. That's just super awesome. We're going to activate the Banish. The Banish is going to poop out a curse. We go here. Again, I was trying to remove a curse for the other quest that I failed and gave them points, so that sucked. And then the Banish is going to move here. They get to reroll any blanks for revealed druids, so that counts at all times. So they are rolling 2, and that's in archery and clash. So they're rolling 2 blues. They're up against 2 whites because they're up against 2 garrisons. So 2 blues versus 2 whites, and the blues get rerolled if they're blanks. They are not blank. 2 damage and a shield, 1 damage and a shield. So that's a net of 1 damage to the banished. We now go to the clash round. It's 2 yellow, a blue, and a white for the garrisons, up against a purple, a red, and 2 whites for the banished. So this is for the garrisons. We ended up with 2 damage. And this is for the banished. It's 2 shield and 2 damage. Wow. That was a very nice roll for them. And that wipes out the garrisons with taking no damage to themselves. So that is done. Production phase. We're going to count for the 2 Atan. They're going to get 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3. That's 5, 4, 4, and plus 2. So 5, 4, 6. 5, 4, 6. So 5 salt. So taking 2 1s and a 3. 4 plunder. And 6 food. Excellent. We're production phase over here. We have the total is 321, 323, double all of it, 646. And really annoying, I don't have 4 more salt, but such is life. So 6, 4, and 6. Wow, that was amazing. We're now going to do scoring phase. The Empire is in the score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points, plus the 1 because they have their 1 Legion out there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 8 points. They're going to go from 13 to 21. And they're going to get 4 more points because they have one of each, at least one of each of our units in their graveyard. We're going to go to the Chaos. The Chaos is going to score 8 points for the curses, plus 1 because they have the Banish. The Siren is indeed out. So 9 points for this Chaos. They get the 25, plus 4 points because they have a Legion and they have 1 Legion Garrison and they have 1 unit from the Tuatan. Now, yeah, I'm really annoyed. That's a big swing, right? So they, instead of me removing a curse, which gives them 1 less point, they get 2 points. That's a 3-point swing, which matters. And then that's 2 more rounds with an extra curse. So that's essentially 5 more points that the Chaos is going to have because I can't roll dice for some reason. We are going to get 2 points for the. So our points. Sorry. So we have 3. So we're going to get a total of 8 points. For the Renegades, it's going to be 2, 4, 6, and then 1, 2. So another 2 there. So 8 points gets me to 23. And for the Tuatan, it's going to be 6, 7 points. It goes from 11 to 18. Omen's phase. Mukla always rolls a red die outside of combat. So they're rolling 3 red dice. And we're going to go with 3 yellow. We'll go with 3. I need 4. I just need 4 skulls. Like with 3 red dice and 3 yellow dice, this should not be hard. And there we go. Look at that. All the skulls in the world. So since I drew at least 4 of those, I'm going to take 2 omens and I get to choose the one I want. So, I can give the Empire 1. So the Empress would get a 4 here. Wow. That's bananas. Or we can go with the Kraken. So every player may draw a feat. The Empire gains 1 point per drawn feat. Or we get the Kraken, remove 1 hex with no curse except the capital from the game, then place 1 curse here. I don't really want to use the last curse. Don't know if I like the Empress more than the Dracolich. They're both kind of sucky. Woof and woof. So we'll go with the Empress. Why not? We'll draw a feat. So we're going to draw a feat, discard this, and pick the Chaos to the Imperial Graveyard. Return all player units there to the reserve. That is nice. Wow. So 1 point, and we're going to draw for Mukla. Archer and Clash, you remove 1 tower or wall here instead of a unit. After damage, that's another point for the thing. So now it is 4-2, the Empress over the Dracolich. There's only 1 more round that we draw that, and then that's going to determine what we do in the 4th chapter. So this can go out. We go to the next chapter, reveal a Druid card, no thank you, flip all your face down cards face up. We will do that and that. We are going to get our actions back. 8 and 8. And we draw 3 new quests. First quest is Strike at Dawn. Lady Kama's motto was taken to heart by the drone. A dart at dawn is worth 100 spears at noon. 1 legion or horde loses 2 threat. Discard this quest. That could be super useful if you're in a place with a legion or horde. +1, Purple die. Cleanse the waste. Immediate. Legions of Undead. Place 2 skeletons on 1 empty hex in each region that has no skeletons. Well, we have skeletons in the Foggrave, Screaming Sea, and what is this? So we don't need to do that. But this quest stays when all skeletons are dead. We both get 3 points. That could be very nice. And finally, break the shackles immediately. Iron reprisals. Place 1 legion at threat 3 on the capital. While this quest is in play, if you destroy any legions or garrisons, you gain 2 resources. Could be nice. So we need to get a legion, threat 3. Take this off. This comes out. It is the Inquisitor. Place your target. Place 1 druid revealed, if possible, under her card. We'll do the item thing because honestly, I think I'm doing the red hand. We'll do the probably past the point the resource thing is useful. So Inquisitor is there. She rerolls blanks once, which is super crispy, and she's number 23, which puts her here. All right. Add 2 to everything in play. So the Banish goes up 1, cannot go up a second, so that gives the Chaos a point. The Inquisitor goes from 3 to 5, and the Spymaster goes from 5 to 7. Woof. 2. I cannot use. Holy crap. All right. Reroll. First player draws and reads next event. First player is back to evade the Oracle, and we look at event chapter 3. Woo! So no Irish luck with the dice. Heck, part of me is being the question why you even play games with dice. Not good for your heart, I don't think. Anyway, I'm off. So good luck. I hope to see you more of these next days. Yeah, I'm hoping to get here another time this week and one time next week, and then we'll go from there. Brandon, Richard, this is more like Spirit Island than Maze Knight. It's basically a really complex puzzle. I can't remember if the Banish is one of the updated cards. Seems like what the Druids revealed all the time. That makes it really rough early game. Very natural for them. Now you are just trying to fool yourself. Nice. As your scouts report, many refugees are arriving through the Nethersea Gates in Azul these days. Many are in Nethersea Gates in Azul these days. Among them, a large number of scattered legionnaires from all over the mainland. Placed 2 legions at threat 6 on the capital in a 2-player game. So we have 3 legions left, and here we go. Oh, the Inquisitor. I needed to put her target. Her target would have gone on the least defended thing that I have for the Renegades, so she will indeed go there. So this will be interesting. First Legion, I have 3 legions left. So first, activate a legion with the highest initiative. That's really bad, but crap, I'm about to lose. That. It's really gross. Okay. Imperial Guard. Place 1 garrison in every hex with a garrison except the capital. Okay. It's terrible. It could be worse. Cannot place a garrison there, so 1 point. I can place a garrison there. Place a garrison there. I got 2 more I can place the garrisons on. I cannot place a garrison there, so 1 point. So I need this, and I need this. It is going very poorly. This is not going good. All right, that's his immediate effect. He comes in at threat 6. And done. Yeah, we're about to. This is where I think both chaos and it's like if I don't have either side under control really at all. That's a bad place to be. And the butcher. Every player loses half of their plunder. Rounded down. Well, first of all, the Imperial Guard is going to be there, and his target's going to go there. And the Butcher is also going to have a target go there. Man, yeah, that does mean she's going to activate, and she's going to wipe me out. Ah! Yeah, we just added 3 because of Break the Shackles, which is pretty bad. I'm going to discard this to ignore that immediate effect. So that's out of the game. I'm not going to lose the plunder. And threat 6 on the capital.
Capital is crowded.
Alrighty then. Encouraged by these unexpected reinforcements, the Empire redoubles its efforts to crush the rebellion. For every player, add 1 garrison to the capital. That's gonna make this really hard. So 1 and 2. And again, when you can't place a garrison in the capital, you have to reinforce others. Activate the Legion with the highest initiative. That is the Inquisitor. So the Inquisitor is going to come here and wipe this out, and then reassign her target to over here, which is interesting. All right, we go to place activation tokens. The banished would have lost 1; it gets 1 back. Ding, ding. I really want to cause an uprising, but I do not believe that is meant to be. I like when I like flipping over the center tile, but I don't think that's going to happen, kids. All right, we're going to the build phase. Draw 2 feats. Allows you to choose a quest action to see that any goal. Choose 1 druid from the box to place on this card. This is now both a druid and a feat. I'll do the Song of the Ton. Don't think I need another druid. I kind of like the druids that are in play. And Mukla. Discard this. Your enemy cannot use lightning bolts in combat. Do I care about that with the Inquisitor? Every player loses 1 point. Yes, I do. That would be very bad. Definitely wish I took the marksman thing with the blue dice, just the way things played out there. It just, it was just such a, yeah, there's no way. I mean, again, you look at that, it should have been a haven. Instead of being a haven now, it ended up being more points for the Legion, and then it ended up being a triple garrison. That's like a really bad swing. But again, my army was so weak because of how poorly I rolled there. I mean, none of that should have happened. But it is what it is. Yeah, wow. I am getting to my limit of small cards. I'm at 7 here, and I'm at 8 here. Did I forget to? I should have replaced these. I do not finish. I don't replace that one because the Spy Master is in play still, but the others are Leeching Orb. Discard this, remove 1 curse, and gain 1 point. And the Healing Potion after combat. Get 1 of your destroyed units back. Excellent. Let's build some stuff, kids. Well, need to build. Put this in, get 3. I definitely need to build the Reef King. So 5, 4, Reef King. And then I could do 3. 1, 2, 3, 2. Harpooner. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, we just gotta wipe out some garrisons. I don't really have much of a choice here. So command, I get 2 resources. Skeletons have not activated at all. All right. Spending 2 for the Crab Rider, and then 2 and 2 for these 2 guys. So all my units except for 1 Harpooner are out. And I only have 2 food left. This 3 and 2 was for 1 Harpooner. This 2 was for the Crab Rider. And this 5 and 4 was for the Reef King. Which I probably should have gotten out earlier with how things have gone a little bit downhill. So these 5 units are going on board. And they will all go there. How beautiful. Okay. Let's make it happen, kids. So that's done. Now we have to build stuff over here. Oh no. Right, it cost me 2 to command. I'm gonna not build a Crab Rider. Should be enough to wipe those guys out. Should be in the operative word. So I'm gonna need to command hopefully the Reef King back into there. When I kill that, I'll get 2 resources. I'm also gonna have to build a Haven. Can make him lose 2 threat, which would be good. Banish is going here. Inquisitor is going here, so that's a barrel of fun. These guys are going to stay there and poop out garrisons. Because that is what they do. Inquisitor rerolls blanks. Skip the archery round, keep them alive. Alright, I'm going to spend the 6. Ugh. What a bad sequence. I'm going to spend this Yep. Got to do it this way. So I'm spending the 6 salt to put these 3 guys here. And then the 5. Just not getting enough units. Well, here goes nothing. And then the 5. The 5 plunder, or 5 food, getting 1 back to put in the Organs. They're all there. I have 2 lizard riders and a marksman. All right, checking the chat. Nothing new. We are going to, remember, I'm adjacent to all hexes, so I'm going to command with 2 food. Moving these guys in here. The rock of combat. It's going to be 4 units against the 3 garrisons. The rock of combat is here. We are attacking with a black die, and we are against 3 white dice. Could be good. Alright, don't go crazy. Black die, please be good. Oh, look at that. 3 damage, 1 damage. That will go in the Imperial Graveyard. But we get 3 points. I go from 18 to 21. Wipe that sucker out. It's very nice to have a black archery die occasionally. I did not roll any blanks, so I do not get to use the lighter than ton. And here we are, since I defeated any garrisons. After combat, I did defeat a garrison. That round, I get 2 resources. I will take 2 plunder. See how it's done, kids? It's that easy. So we are going to command. It only cost me my 1 food. Nope. We're not going to command. I'm going to keep my food. We're going to get the market. We're going to grab the potion. This gets replaced with the Urn of Malice. This, and again, I was free because I'm in a sea tower. You and your enemy gain 1. Oh, that's super interesting. I don't hate it. Who do I want to give it to? Oh, it's like utter chaos. But I think I'm going to need it for Mukla, to be honest. So Ave is going to spend the 2 plunder she got for killing a garrison to build a haven on the sea tower. Oh, this guy could activate at any time. Man, I really need to wipe out these skeletons, man. I got 3 of them. Mukla's going to command. Get these 5 units into the sea tower. Let's see if this goes better this time. Rock of combat. Skipping archery to keep as many things alive as I can. It's going to be, so we're skipping archery. Go right to next round. So I get a black, 2 reds, 2 blues, and a 3rd blue. 2 reds. By 2 reds, I mean 2 yellows. And I'm up against a triple garrison, which is 2 blues, 2 yellows, and a white. So, rolling for the garrisons first, it is just 3 damage. My turn. I do plenty of damage, and I only lose 1. There. Do you want to take it back? Nope. You know what? Oh, I could flip the blues. Hmm. Such an interesting. I could flip this to make that all blue, and I kill everything, and everyone still lives. The problem is, yeah, just one less is really bad. And there's like nothing here that's going to let me add a unit. Like, or I could kill a unit and get rid of the healing potion, which lets me have 5 units in play for this. But I mean, realistically, am I going to be able to go through a battle with the Inquisitor and not lose a bunch of dudes? I just don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill one and use the healing potion. And these 3 are out. I get 3 points. I get 2 resources. The 2 resources I want have to be a plunder, food. Yeah, I'll get 2 food. That seems good. All right, out. I am blowing up. What is happening? Think we're good. What are we doing? Yve is going to these guys all stand up. And he needs food. I think I do try to wipe out these annoying skeletons. So based on a move, explore, and go here. And she's connected to every hex, so she doesn't matter if she's no longer on the sea tower. Gain 2 food. If empty, place 2 skeletons. If not, reinforce. We can't reinforce there, so you get a point for the Legion. Place 2 skeletons with other skeletons. Oh, that just made that super much more annoying. Great. Wow. Really? Place 2 skeletons with other skeletons. Okay. We're gonna get 1 and 2. harpooner. There's a curse there, so I can't use the thing. One and oh, that gets so much more annoying. One and two. Okay. Mukla is going to use the market to gain this. A Whip of Thorns, pay 2 food to gain that or that in Clash. So it's a skeleton or a shield. I'm very resource poor, unfortunately. Vey is going to command by spending 2 food and bringing these 2 guys here. She's also adjacent to there. So the Rock of Combat. We are skipping archery because the skeletons don't have archery, and neither do I. We're doing a purple and a white against 2 reds. So we can roll all 4 of these at once. I just would like 2 damage, please. 2 damage and a lightning bolt, which I cannot use, versus 2 damage, which is fine. So these 2 units go to the Chaos Graveyard. These 2 skeletons are killed. They did not roll a lightning bolt, which would have added the 3rd skeleton, which would have been very bad. But I get 2 points, and we've cleared out those 2 skeletons. All right, can't use a lightning bolt because there was a curse there. So just monitoring that. You're gonna command with 1 food these 2 guys here. So there's only 1 skeleton here. It's going to be a white and a blue. My marksman does have archery, so he's going to roll 1 white die. He misses because I roll really good. A white and a blue versus a red. Shield and nothing. Oof. And 1 damage and 1 shield, and a red came up blank again. So this dude's dead. 1 point for the renegades. And these guys are here. So only skeletons left are those 2, which are going to be a little hard to get to, unfortunately. We're going to a Vey's turn. A Vey is going to Activate the Legion Horde with the lowest initiative immediately, which would be the Spy Master. So Ave is going to command and get the Reef King here, so she doesn't have the food to command anybody into there, unfortunately. I'll succeed at any quest goal. Mukla is going to command, spend a food, move these. Oh, Mukla is going to Haven, spending the 3 plunder. I forgot to build a Haven first. This is going to come in here, comes in with a tower and a wall. Ave is going to quest. Rolling 2 purples, 2 blues, and a white. Could be a yellow, so rolling these 5 dice. We're doing Strike at Dawn. 2 lightning bolts and a thing. Don't even need the Song of the Ton. So actually succeeded. So 1 Legion or Horde loses 2 threat. We're going to have the Spy Master lose 2 threat because 7 is absurd. Or do I do the Inquisitor? Yeah, I think I do the Spy Master. I think that makes sense. So this is out. I can draw a new quest. I will. Druidic Prophetess. It's a +2. Take this card when a horde activates. Place 1 basic unit on any player, any of their havens. Interesting. If I want to place with a curse, I can do that. So that's out. Mukla is going to command food, bringing all these guys back here. I'm going to need to roll very special. That's done. And Ave is going to quest again. Oh, she can get a card back too. Woof. She's going to quest again. We're doing this. We still have this. So we're doing 1, 2, 2, and a white. I like it. 2+. I did all 3. Look at that. That's clean living, kids. So we get a point. A point for Ave. We can place a basic unit on any of your havens. We can place a basic unit on any of your havens. I can't. Take this card. When a horde, blah, blah, blah. Place 1 basic unit of any player, any of their havens. That's amazing. So this does not count against their 10 card limit. So I'm going to put this here. And I like it. We do not replace that. And that's done. And we still have this silly thing. There's only 2 skeletons left on the board. Alrighty then. Mukla is going to go. Yeah, he's got 2 activations, and Yvei's got 2 activations, and nothing much to do with it. Really annoyed. I lost my Havens. Yeah, Inquisitor's bad. That's all bad. Alright, we're just gonna trade, get 2 salt. It's not end my turn, but now I'm out of activation tokens, so it does end my turn. And Yvei is gonna trade, get 1 salt. Here we go. Alrighty then. We're gonna done with the actions phase. We're gonna activate everything. So the Spy Master tries to poop out a garrison there, cannot, gets a point instead, and then he's going to move to where his target is. So we're gonna put the Rock of Awesomeness here. We are in a swamp. We do get a white die because we have a tower, and we get a black die because we have a giant hermit crab. And that makes sense. So just don't even argue about it. We only have 1 thing in the red hand. That is so annoying. The Spy Master is rolling 3 white dice. I have nothing cool here. Oh, when it activates, I can place a basic unit of any player, any of their havens. I'll place this basic archer here. And discard this. I can do that any time. I think that means at any time. Always. It's fine. Alrighty then. Yeah, pretty much out of basic units. I just have elite riders and elite warriors and then a couple of basic units in there. So the 3 white dice for the Spy Master. Again, I cannot use shield. Shield does not do anything for me in archery or in clash. So, bam. Ugh, 2 shield and a damage. That's grotesque. A blank and a damage. La, 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 la. I can use the blank as a well, I'm going to take the 1 damage. I lose a stone shell. This goes into the Imperial Graveyard. I'm not doing any damage to them, so much for my giant hermit crab being useful. But I'm going to get a one of these things. So I can't get the resources because that's underneath the Inquisitor. I can add another red hand. It's once per round. I can draw an item from the end of the deck. I can ignore all damage. That's an archery class. There's only 1 damage, and there's only once per combat. So that's not a great idea. So we're going to do the red hand. We're going to second Skelly over here. This could really help Mukla, because Mukla's got some problems. All right. We're going to go to the first round of Clash. I get a white and a blue for my tower and my wall. I get a black because of my giant hermit crab. I get a blue because of my basic rider, and I get 2 whites because of a stone shell, and another white because I lost a stone shell in the previous round. Correct. So that is a total of 7 dice. The Spy Master is rolling is going to roll a purple, 3 blues, and a red, but the red becomes a white because we are on the swamp, because I am a turtle people. So rolling for the Spy Master first, 2 damage, a lightning bolt, which could be bad, and we'll deal with that. Remember, I cannot use shields, so shields don't do anything for me, which is really gross. So 5 damage here would be 6 damage here would be nice, so I can just get this thing done with, because otherwise we're going to start having problems. 6 damage, please. Excellent. 7 damage. Holy crap. So I do not want to ignore all damage. Because then I won't kill him either. I did roll blanks, so I'm going to be able to add another red hand. Once before damage. Oh, what is it? Discard your most expensive item or feat. I will discard a. Does that include items that are flipped over? I don't know. I will discard a feat. I don't care about that one all that much. Just fine. The harpooner's thing isn't working. I'm using this to lightning bolts for other stuff. Anyway, so that happens. I lose 2 units. I will lose these 2 units. They go there. And other than that, dude is super dead. So knocked him out. We get 4 points. So to Baton, go to 28. And this item goes away. And this is replaced with the Axe of the Giants. Spymaster is done. These 3 things have survived, so we get, well, 2 Baton, we get Ave, we get the Giant Hermit Crab, and we get one of the Crab Riders, and this is off. Alrighty then. Next up is the Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard is going to poop out a garrison. It cannot. It's going to add a garrison to a place with other garrisons. It cannot. Everything's filled up. So what's it going to do? It is going to gain a point. Psh, done. That is the activation. Butcher is going to do the same thing. Point. Psh, that's the point sound. It's the certified Nemesis.Games point sound. This guy's dead. And now it's all on muckety mucks. Whoo! Do I even roll lightning bolts with any of my dudes? I don't think I do. Oh, I guess the black could. Which would be an interesting place to go. Can't afford to lose points, so we're going to discard this. Your enemy cannot use lightning bolts. Oh, but this means they can't even negate my shields, which could be very strong. So, Inquisitor cannot use that. She is going to poop out a garrison, though. On an empty hex with no... It's not empty if there's a legion there. Because legions are a unit. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think they would have added stuff there. So she poops out that there. Then she activates to come into where I'm at. Now, couple of things. Kind of like this. I'm going to discard Blood of the Thon to choose the Imperial Graveyard. I can do this at any time and return all player units there to the reserve. And now with them in the reserve, when a horde activates, oh, did I do that when a legion activated? That was not a horde, so I don't want to do that just yet. I think I put one of these guys out inappropriately because those are all legion, right? Yeah, it was a spy master's a legion. I haven't seen a horde in a minute. Right, the siren dead. the blood orb. Yeah. So never mind. This is only for a horde, not for a thing. So I will discard this, however. So I put those 4 back. I put this blood. This goes back. Nope, I'm using this now. Great. So now that we got that sorted, thank you for the commercial break, Greg. You're always the best for things like that. All right, here we go. Done. Rock of Awesomeness. And now we have a battle. I am rolling in whatever awesome round this is. Archery. 1 white die. That's it. Yeah, we get 1 white die. That's amazing. Great. So they are rolling they reroll blanks once in archery. They're rolling a blue, a red, which becomes white. Where are the rest of the white dice? They're over here. And a purple. They cannot use lightning bolts against me. They reroll blanks. That's 1 damage, and reroll the blank. It's another damage. Woof. So 2 damage, 1 shield. That's really not good. I'm rolling 1 white die and blank. Awesome. I'm so good at this. I can remove the tower and the wall instead of a unit anywhere, because I am an Imperial Engineer. That makes the most sense. So we're going to do that. No tower, no wall. And just got to hope for the best against Banished. All right, let's go. I am rolling a black, 2 yellows, 3 blues. I get 6 dice. The wall cost me a white and a blue, but it is what it is. The Inquisitor is rolling a purple, a blue. The red becomes a white and 2 yellows. So my dice are slightly better. We're going to roll her dice first. Again, she cannot use lightning bolts. It doesn't matter. She just does 17 damage. And, it's a tactical count. It's my turn. And I do some interesting things. So I would shield 2. I can hee-haw. I'm doing 3 damage, and I have a lightning bolt. I'm not a guarantee to roll a lot of lightning bolts. So I think, is this the only die I roll that has a lightning bolt? So I think I use the red hand before damage once per round. I use the red hand to add 3 red dice, and I try to wipe her out this round. So this is the start of my roll, and now I roll 3 red dice. 1 for each skeleton I was there. Awesome. Another thing and a thing. So that's once per round, so I can't use that again. I don't want to ignore, so I'm going to draw an item before damage once per combat. Pay 2 resources to get a lightning. That could be helpful. So I do 1, 2, yeah, is that once per combat? Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Still only did 4 damage. Oh, it's so gross. Yeah, what makes the most sense? I knock her down. It's the same amount. All right, oh man. I'm either taking 2 damage or 1 damage. I think I'd rather take, so I use both my lightning bolts. So she's only taking to you may re-roll all dice of one color you rolled. I did just roll red dice. I think it has to be all. I think I'm better off re-rolling those 3 red dice. And that's every round. Well, it's once per combat. So this is done for this combat. I could pay 2 resources to get a lightning bolt too, which might be interesting. And that's once per round. So I'm re-rolling the reds. Oh boy. So 2. I think I do it this way, and I'm going to spend 2 salt to get a lightning bolt, which I'm going to use to negate her shield. So I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I negate her shield. I take 4 damage, but I block 2. So I'm going to lose these 2 guys. Woof. They're going to go there. And I've killed her in 1 round the hard way. This was a total waste, but I had to... It has to be done before combat, so it is what it is. I killed the Inquisitor. I did not want to risk losing a lot of points because of her. Inquisitor's out. Remove her target and gain 0 points. Woof. I forgot she gives you 0 points. That really sucks. It's one of the reasons she is super hard. Alright, so we've killed her. I killed 2 of mine. Now at any time, I'm going to discard this to return all the units out of the Chaos Graveyard. Or the Legion Graveyard. These 3 are still here. And now when I activate the Banished, I can put this in any of my havens. I can put it there. Okay. So, Banish is activated. They reroll all blanks. I don't think adding a black to them this turn makes sense. So I will not do the Urn of Malice, but I will definitely be doing that next turn. So this target's out. Banish activates. When he activates, he poops out a curse. There's 1 more curse over here. And then he comes in. The battle's happening in the same place. I am rolling nothing in archery. Just hoping I get 5 next turn. This comes back because it's a new combat. And I could get a lightning bolt from that. Great. So he's rolling 2 blues. He rerolls blanks. In all rounds, he rerolls this, and it's still blank. He does 1 damage. He'll kill this guy. It goes into the Horde Graveyard. Excellent. Now, I'm going to discard the Urn of Malice. In every round of Clash, I could have done this in archery. I chose not to. In every round of Clash, I get an extra. We both get an extra black die. Fantastic. So, I'm going to get 2 black dice, 2 yellow dice, and a blue die. And that's all she wrote. I can reroll all dice of 1 color. It might be black. Let's see. All right. The Banish is rolling a purple. The red becomes white. And 3 more whites. Nope. Purple, red becomes white, and 3 more whites. Since there's no overlapping colors, I can roll all these at the same time. Alright, the purple, oh, that's a lot of colors. The purple and 4 whites. Oh, and they rolled a black. So those are my blacks. 1 black here, it's 1. That's an unbelievably bad roll. This is once per combat. Wow. I got 2 lightning bolts. Their lightning bolt is destroy the most expensive unit here, which would be my War Lizard by 1, so that's terrible. They have 2 shields, so I would need to roll 7 damage. Oh god, what a bad roll. That's just an absolutely horrendous roll. Alright, I can red hand this with one of my lightning bolts. Yeah, I wish I saved a lightning bolt thing for the banished. I was just assuming I would roll enough damage to wipe him out, but he's 4 whites. Of course, he rolls 2 shields, and I roll no damage. So this is from that. I can gain. We can, and I'll just ignore once per combat all skulls. That's the right play there. I did not re-roll anything of any color. It's totally fine. So I still have that. Again, that's once per combat. I could spend 2 resources to gain another item. That's 1 per combat. This item could be useful, so I'm going to spend 2 plunder. I get 1 back, and let's hope for a useful item. Discard this to turn up the 2 dice any player size you want in any roll outside of combat. That's not what I was hoping for. All right, we go to the next round. It's the same dice. I lose my most expensive unit because of the lightning bolt, which means I'm down 1 black die, which is pretty bad. That was very unfortunate. So now I'm very big underdog. This is a lot of dice. Did I roll? I should not have rolled a yellow for them. Which wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, it's the yellows didn't add to the nightmare that was that roll. So hopefully they roll no shields and I can just roll 5 damage. They roll 2 shields again. Dear God. Okay, so 2 shields, all the damage. So I need to roll 7 damage this round, or we are in serious murder. All right, damage. Just 2. That's really bad. None of this matters. Yeah, I rolled 2 lightning bolts and a 1 damage. I don't even think I did anything. That's once per combat. That's once per combat. Yeah, this kind of went badly. Do not think Chapter 4 is worth playing out. Unfortunately, I'm going to lose another Haven here. Those combats went really bad. Yeah, even with the yeah, that's like I mean, if I'm rolling 4 black dice or 3 black dice, and I got 2 lightning bolts and a shield. It's pretty terrible. I'm doing no damage. I did that. I can reroll all dice of 1 color. Might as well reroll the black because I'm not doing any damage anyway. So I can maybe get a 3. I got a 2, so I do 1 damage to the banished. These guys are destroyed. And this is out. Banish resides here now. And that, I think, is probably the end. I don't see a way that this makes any sense to continue. Gaining resources, it's 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 6, 5, 4, 7, and 5, 4, 9. So somehow the turtles are in much better shape. So 5, 4, and 9. I did destroy a thing, so I would gain 2 resources. Gain a plunder. We're gonna do over here. It is literally just it's really bad. 3, 1, 1, so that becomes 6, 2, 2. Yeah, that's not enough to rebuild my army. I mean, even if I got the 2 Atan above, I'm gonna be so lagging with the renegades. It's just not a thing. Gain the resources shown on every hex. The Empire scores 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nothing's in their graveyard, so up to 41. The Legions, the Horde scores 9, 10. There's 14. They get to 44. These come back. My whole army. This comes back. We're going to go to player scoring. 2 Atan's going to get 10. They go to 38. The Renegades are only going to get 4, 5, 6. They get to 33. Omens fades. Yavei's going to roll 2 purples, 2 blues. And we'll go with a white. Hopefully get 2 shields. We got 2 shields, so we did succeed. We would look at the next 2. So the Empire or Chaos gained 5 points, or place 2 skeletons on any empty hex with no thing if possible. Then discard 1 card from the quest deck for every player. Sure. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's the Harvester. So we place 2 skeletons on an empty hex with no things. They could go here. And discard 1 card from the quest deck for every player. Don't fully get it, but that's fine. Guess who you're having things where you're able to like search there for the perfect thing. So that's just a 1. So that means the Empress is now going to be our Arch-Nemesis. If we were going to continue playing this, which I don't think we will, this goes up. We reveal the next druid. We regain our 8 points. We discard all quests from play, except we don't. What is it? We discard the 3 items. That we do. 3 new items. We get a Drac Architect. Flip this to place 1 or tower in any haven. After combat, you may place 1 of your base units destroyed here in any of your havens. And is that just after combat on your hero's hex, and then flip this, move your hero up to 3 spaces. We're going to deal 3 new quests. Now this stays. This does go away. The Caliph Migration, it's a 1+, 1, 2, 1. Gain a food for every skeleton you roll. Imperial Sky, immediately place 1 garrison on a hex with a garrison for each player. So this goes up. Place 1 activation token on the Legion deck. It's a 4/1/3. Remove all activation tokens from 1 Legion. Discard this quest. If we succeed, it is a 1+. That would go there. Done. We would then go to adding to threat. The guard can only get 1, so that's a point. The butcher can only get 1, so that's a point. The banish can only get 1, so that's a point. We are then going to go to chapter 4. Now, with the Arch-Nemesis, we'd only do the top. We would not do the bottom. The herds have long since been slaughtered, and the grains frozen, and most farmers slain. Hunger becomes a constant companion of survivors. Every player destroys one of their units and places them in the chaos graveyard and place one skeleton in that hex. Woof. That's really bad. So we'd have to destroy this and place a skelly. And then we would attack the skelly with a black and a white. Skelly dead, 1 point. We'd have to replace this. Replace it with a skelly. Oh, I already did that. I'd roll a white die. Please get a skull. Nope. And then it's a white versus a red. White wins. Dead. So that's fine. I just lost 2 more units though, and also gave 4 points to the chaos for having 1 unit of each of us in there. And then we skip the second part. And at that point, we would say, hey, the Empress is in play. The Empress. All right, gathering the greatest treasures of Jacoria. The Empress fled to Azul through the Nether Sea, even though she declared the governor of the Isles to be the new emperor. There was no doubt who actually held the reins of power. Place 1 legion and its target from the box on the capital. Ignore its immediate effect. From the box. It's a new emperor. We ignore the immediate effect. It comes in at threat. It's chapter 4, so I'm going to assume that's threat 6. And it's from the box, so I don't think... Yeah, I didn't draw a legion, so that doesn't come in. The new emperor is going to go there, and the target's also going to go there. Place the Empress at threat 5 on the capital. Place 1 activation token per player on this card. Activate the Empress once in the event, and Nemesis phase. Do not remove activation tokens. Alright. This is the event phase, so she would have backed once. Activate once. For each activation token, choose the hex of the haven, remove the haven, destroy all units there, remove the hex from the game. So effectively, I could just have her destroy these 2 havens. I mean, woof. So I don't lose any units, but woof. Actually, we'll leave that because it's points. We'll remove this and the haven. There was no unit there. I'm going to destroy this unit and this haven. So at least all the havens have places with points. And the hex will get removed from the game. Now she's going to do that again. So I'd want to build havens basically for her. Because she activates again in the event phase, which is now, and then she activates again in the Nemesis phase. So I would want to do that unless I can kill her. But she gains threat before combat. She always goes to 5. And every time she rolls a woof. And she's also on the capital. So the fact that the capital is like overrun, I'd have to get through. So that's why she puts something on the capital. That's really interesting. I don't think I've ever actually played the Empress. So the fact that she she puts like a little minion to defend her. So if I had more built up armies, the Empress would be really fun. But essentially, you're going to want to have caused an uprising in earlier rounds. And the fact of the matter is, I would have to go through 1, 2, 3 Legion plus the assassin, dear God, before I even got to the Empress, because she comes in at a 49, and you have to fight them in order. Plus, we're going to have the 3 garrisons that are there. So the reality is, when all these suckers activate, I lose my havens. The Legion is just going to have an absolute field day and just totally let me. I just don't see a world where I was on top of this enough to consider this. We'd place activation tokens on all hordes and legions. The Arch-Nemesis does not count for those purposes. We could build. I just don't have the resources to even make that very fun, to be honest. I mean, get my War Lizard back, but yeah, I just kind of lost control somewhere in that second round. They never made good headway to the capital. Do you think, again, if I had managed to take this down, or if I did the quest where I could throw in the banished at the center, killed those garrisons, really thin that out a little bit, but then we got the Imperial Guard and the Butcher. I mean, those are 2 pretty rough dudes, and that was also, with chapter 3 I ended up with 3 Legion, so there was a lot like kind of working against us, and I think at some point I just got just a little bit too slowed up in the second round to really make this super competitive, unfortunately. So I'm gonna call this here. I think. Don't think I'm missing anything. Woof. It's such an interesting puzzle. Though it really, really is. It's, if you can move, like if I had a thing, if my first, the Bloodworm kind of forced me up because, again, his lightning bolt power makes him place, makes him place curses. I don't want to lose a haven that way, but then I had a path. I'll help him go over here. And then his red dice become white, so he's less likely to roll a lightning bolt. So I could have, but then he got killed by the Dracolich. So that got really interesting. And I just rolled so badly on the quest. That was really pathetic. It was really bad. Yeah, Muckla, like I think I was using these right. I just wasn't getting lucky enough. This is really sick. Yeah, the Mask of Gene, that could have been useful earlier. I mean, I even I had the 2 cards that let me add an extra die to the quest, but yeah, the quest really did not go my way. Yeah, I kind of liked my equipment. Tuatan it's interesting because now they only have, they only have 1 unit left on the board. Yeah, because 2 of them are dead over there. So that sucks. So those 2 were on the board for sure. So yeah, I mean, could they? You really want to be in a place where you just have such an embarrassment of riches near the end that like all your units are out. But at this point, I'd only 4, 5. Again, I never really got my harpooners out. The red hand is great. It didn't really work super well for me. Like I said, I guess that allowed me to knock out the Inquisitor, but then still got smushed by the Banished. That sucks. The Siren took me 2 times to kill her, so that sucked. Yeah, we got rid of the Coven pretty quick, so that could have been worse. Just trying to think. I'd have to watch it back, kind of get a sense of where this went wrong. I love the Druid cards we had, so that wasn't a problem. Yeah, I do think the combo getting the Inquisitor out, and then she activated because of the event. That was pretty rough. That really put me in my heels, because otherwise I could have fought 2 battles. I could have fought 1 battle against her here, and then another battle against the Banished here, and I would have had 4. I mean, I would have almost invariably had all 4 of my Havens out, which kind of puts the Renegades in a much better spot. But still, I don't know how you deal with this mess. And I do personally. It's always a more fun game when you're actually able to seize that capital. So, but I like the Empress's flavor a lot, actually, because you're just saying, all right, if you can get all your Havens out, you're right. You put 2 of them back, no big deal. You try to rebuild that, and if you're set up to wipe her out and the capital as well, that's still a good place to win. So yeah, I really don't think I've fought against her. I know for a fact I'd never beat the Dracolich. The Dracolich is nuts, man. The Dracolich is advanced play, not to be taken lightly. I don't even know where I put the Arch-Nemesis. Where did I put them? Dracolich is here. Oh, here they go. Yeah, you got the Kraken, where basically all the curses become the Kraken. The Harvester, where you're just having to deal with the skeletons like crazy. And then the Dracolich is just absolutely sick, and you have to defeat him. If destroyed, remove 1 activation token and place Dragons with threat 5 in the capital. If there are none, remove it and give 9. Yeah, so you have to destroy him twice, but he's rolling a black and 2 reds, and he's rolling. Wow, yeah, he's rolling a black and 2 reds in combat, and as long as he's alive after combat, the Empire always gets 1 point. That's like so sick, dude. It's really bad. I think that applies to all Empire combats, not just his. Or maybe it's just his? Wonder if there's an FAQ on that. Yeah, the story in the Arch-Nemesis expansion is pretty cool too. I like it. The Last Empire, the Uprising, backstory. The Atuma, the event phase, Kraken. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's only in a battle against him. After combat, the Empire gains a point still. That's pretty sick. 9 points to any player, so you can split it up. Yeah, all these give you 9 points. But alas, I will have to defeat one on camera another day. That day is not today. Josh B, he's back. Welcome back, Greg. Thank you, Josh. I'm sorry I was gone for so long. So that was that. We will be back with Uprising in a couple of weeks, maybe, or a month. I don't know. I got a lot of other things to do. So I probably shouldn't say a couple of weeks for freaking anything is really how this should go. Yeah, I just got a combination of some bad luck, some bad cards, some bad combos. Definitely want to kind of rethink this. Makes me want to play this game more, right? Those are my favorite games. When I lose, I just want to play them again, like right away. I just don't have the time for it, unfortunately. So, but we'll be back. Want to get back to Gaia pretty soon. I definitely still need to get Gilly on the channel. So those are probably the next 2 things you'll see from me. Spirit Island for sure, Maze Night for sure. So stay tuned. Hopefully I get one more live stream on the channel this week, maybe a couple next week. It's going to be later in the day. Sorry for everyone across the pond, so to speak. But yeah, life changed. Life changed fast. Here, question, comments, epiphanies, put them in the comment section below. Yeah, it's really nice to be back in this seat, playing some solo games and talking some board games with some peeps. So always enjoy it. Thank you for all the support for this channel. I do appreciate it. And until next time, happy gaming.
Solo.